tunnels. We're gonna bust that nigga in the eye, goddamn. He's a pervert looking ass nigga. Hey guys, what's up? It's me. I'm just fucking around. We're gonna go to that fucking secret hideout. We're gonna get some sponges. This is hardcore though.
Much of the controversy surrounding Diddy also involves his infamous parties, often described as freak-offs. At first they seemed like over-the-top gatherings of celebrities and industry insiders, but insiders like former bodyguard John Deal suggest otherwise. Deal claims that women attending these parties often found themselves in vulnerable situations, with stories of substances allegedly being slipped into their drinks without their knowledge. Deal's disturbing revelations have led many to reevaluate what might have gone on at these events. His accounts paint a picture of manipulation, as attendees thought they were safe while drinking juices, only to find themselves compromised. These allegations have cast a long, dark shadow over Diddy's reputation, sparking outrage about the ethics of such gatherings. The raid's discoveries, firearms, and more federal agents reportedly seized a wide array of items, including defaced AR-15 rifles, suggesting a level of seriousness many did not expect. But the findings didn't stop there. Electronic devices containing media files tied to the infamous parties were also confiscated, hinting that investigators could have gathered a disturbing amount of corroborating evidence. Among the more shocking discoveries was an enormous stockpile of over 1,000 bottles of personal lubricant and baby oil. For many, this bizarre detail confirmed that these gatherings were anything but typical parties, leaving a chilling impression of what might have been going on behind closed doors. One name conspicuously absent from any official documents is Lucian Grange, the CEO of Universal Music Group. He's reportedly mentioned in a lawsuit that claims Diddy had set up hidden cameras to record guests, implicating executives, celebrities, and even politicians. These recordings, if they exist, would be game changers, hinting at a dark and manipulative side of Diddy's parties. This revelation has stirred speculation that high-profile connections might be shielding key players from the investigation. A legal quagmire, the potential sentence, and racketeering charges. The New York District Attorney has taken a tough stance, accusing Diddy of exploiting women and others for years.
As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant.
If convicted, legal analysts predict a sentence of at least 15 years, especially with potential racketeering charges on the table. This could allow the prosecution to show a pattern of criminal behavior, introducing evidence across a range of incidents and even implicating associates in his alleged crimes. The defense has its work cut out, with rumors of a massive stockpile of evidence against Diddy, including witness testimonies, video footage, and financial records. Knowing the stakes, Diddy's legal team is pulling out all the stops to ensure his freedom while awaiting trial. They've proposed a jaw-dropping $50 million bond in an attempt to demonstrate Diddy's commitment to the legal process and to argue that he poses no flight risk. As part of their case for his release, they've noted that Diddy has already surrendered his passport, signaling that he's willing to cooperate and stay in the country for the entirety of the proceedings. His attorneys argue that, despite the charges, Diddy's long-standing reputation as a public figure and his ties to the U.S. show that he is unlikely to flee. However, the prosecution isn't convinced and has raised concerns that go beyond flight risk. They've pointed to potential witness tampering and obstruction of justice, suggesting that if released, Diddy could influence witnesses or attempt to interfere with the investigation. These allegations are taken seriously by the court, especially in high-profile cases where powerful figures have access to extensive resources. The prosecution is using this as a basis to argue against his release, claiming that Diddy's influence and the serious nature of the charges make it essential to keep him in custody as the case progresses.
5,000 positive 3,000.
Each new twist in the case has brought it more attention, with fans, critics, and the broader public curious about what other names and details might emerge. This ongoing ongoing investigation could have ripple effects throughout the entertainment industry, particularly if others with close ties to Diddy become implicated, or if similar cases are brought to light. The stakes aren't just personal for Diddy, they could reshape how the public views power dynamics and accountability in the music world. What this means for the industry. For many, the case against Diddy isn't just a matter of personal accountability. It's become a symbol of a larger reckoning within the entertainment industry. Jaguar Wright, an outspoken critic and industry insider, has been especially vocal about wanting to see Diddy held publicly accountable. She's called for what's known as a perp walk, where a high-profile suspect is led into custody in front of the media, saying she wants him to face the same public shame she believes his alleged victims have endured. Her words resonate with those who see this as a turning point, an opportunity for the industry to finally confront long-standing issues of abuse and power imbalances that have persisted for decades. As this case continues, legal experts and the public alike will be watching closely, not just to see what happens to Diddy, but to observe how far-reaching the consequences could be for the music and entertainment industries. Could this case pave the way for more allegations to come forward? Could other high-profile figures be implicated? These are questions on everyone's mind as this story unfolds. An unfolding story with high stakes. Right now, one thing is clear. The story is far from over. With so many powerful figures involved, and an investigation that seems to grow in scope with each passing day, the demand for answers and accountability is stronger than ever. For Diddy, this trial represents perhaps the most critical chapter of his life. If convicted, he could face significant prison time, but even beyond that, the impact on his career, reputation, and legacy could be irreparable. For the broader public, this case represents a push toward transparency and justice in industries where such standards have often been overlooked or brushed aside. As more details emerge and we get closer to a trial, it's likely we'll see even more shocking revelations come to light. So stay tuned, as this case could mark the beginning of a new era of accountability. Not just for Diddy, but for others in the industry who might have stayed in the shadows for too long. The implications of this trial could be felt for years to come, sparking conversations that...
Mansions, Playboy Mansion secret tunnels.
And they go, and they just go, okay. We've joked around about this in the podcast before. But like, what if the person can go to the people that run the city and go, hey, I'm going to dig some tunnels underground, put some tunnels in there. I don't know where the hole in the ground. But it's, they go underground all the time. You still have time to dig holes under the ground in LA and come up with these ideas and then implement them. Like,
I got a million ideas. You know, I do basically. I think people like don't totally understand what I do with my time. They think like I'm a.
What would you call yourself?
I'm a business magnet. Can someone please change my Wikipedia page to magnet?
They'll change it right now. It's probably already changed.
It's locked.
And they go, and they just go, okay. We've joked around about this in the podcast before. That like, what if the person can go?
If your backyard looks like a simple lawn, you might just be walking over a world of secrets. Imagine finding a doorway that leads directly from Diddy's mansion to the infamous Playboy Mansion. Picture this, hidden beneath the glamorous estates of Hollywood's elite, a network of secret tunnels. Rumors have swirled for decades about these mysterious passageways, but recent discoveries have brought them into the spotlight. Why would one of rap's biggest moguls need a secret route to Hefner's hedonistic haven? Some say it was for privacy, others whisper about exclusive, unseen parties. These tunnels, shrouded in secrecy, stretched for miles, offering a discreet passage away from the glaring public eye. While the reasons remain as enigmatic as the tunnels themselves, one thing is certain. The lives of the rich and famous aren't just about what meets the eye. There's always something more just beneath the surface. So next time you admire those celebrity mansions, remember, the real intrigue could be lurking right below your feet.
Right below your feet.
Mansion, but you may not believe what went on under it. Playboy magazine reports
Sorensen has just discovered blueprints for a network of tunnels beneath the mansion that supposedly led to the homes of Jack Nicholson.
I'm in the fucking know.
James
Nigga.
Bond,
Nigga.
and Douglas. Now dig this. A photo from the late 70s allegedly showing an excavation in progress beneath the mansion. And this one shows the newly discovered tunnel plans. Check out the bunny logo on the plywood wall. Best of all, the blueprint. It says this tunnel leads to James Caan's house. This one to Jack Nicholson's. This one to Kirk Douglas's. And this one goes all the way to Warren Beatty's house.
I think there may be some.
What?
Boy mansion, but you may not believe what went on.
Hi, I'm Mike Rowe. I'm in a vault, surrounded
No,
by
fuck
billions
you,
of dollars.
niggers. Fucking niggers.
Have you been wondering what's going on with the Playboy Mansion ever since Hugh Hefner passed away? Well, I haven't. To be honest, I kind of forgot about this house. That was until one of you guys sent me an article showing what the place looks like
Oh,
nowadays.
you
And let's
motherfuckers.
just put it this way,
Goddammit.
Playboy Mansion
Goddammit.
isn't looking so great.
It's one of the most famous private homes in LA, the Playboy Mansion.
It's the best real estate in Los Angeles. Welcome to the Playboy Mansion. Come on in. Playboy bought it for $1 million. They sold it to Metropolis for $100 million.
So what exactly happened to the Playboy Mansion? What caused its fall from its glory days as the premier party house in Holmby Hills to an oversized, dilapidated shack in dire need of a makeover?
Now, this property is not only considered one of the most infamous homes in all of LA, but it's also looked at as one of the most prime pieces of real estate that you can get.
One of the most expensive properties to be sold in LA. What you get is you get privacy, you get 5 acres, you get history.
It's amazing. You just feel like the sense of it's a real atmosphere.
I'm going to buy that fucking motherfucker.
Today, let's look at the history of the Playboy Mansion, all of the drama surrounding the place, including the mold. Yeah, there was a lot of mold. And of course, we need to dive into as much footage as we can dig up on what the house looks like now, what the grotto looks like now, and what the future holds for the Playboy Mansion. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't exactly prepared for the rabbit hole that I was about to go down when I started researching the Playboy Mansion. It's got kind of a dark history, and nowadays, a little bit of controversy too. We'll get into that in a minute. But first, where exactly is the Playboy Mansion, you might ask, especially if all of you guys who are watching this video who don't live in LA. The address of the place is 10236 Charing Cross Road, and if you zoom out a little bit, you guys are going to see we've got Beverly Hills and Rodeo Drive down over here to the right, Century City down here, Bel Air is over here. For any of you OGs watching the channel, the one is right up in like this pocket. Yeah, right there. So it's in a really prime area for sure. When you look at the property address on Google Maps, if you get in pretty close, it actually shows you the lot lines. So you can see one side of the property is on Mapleton Drive, the other side is over here on Charing Cross, and then the back side of the property just backs right up to that golf course. And then if we drop this guy down here on Street View on the Charing Cross side of the property, you guys will see very private. These hedges are probably like 15 feet tall, but not a lot going on. Behind these gates are, well, a bunch of construction. We'll talk about that here in a few minutes. Last thing real quick on the location. So just look at the price of the real estate in this like surrounding area. We've got this one here, $62.5 million. It's a 31,000 square foot mansion. This one over here, $40 million. Looks like a palace. This is 33,000 square feet. We got this one, $155 million. I think a lot of you guys know this house. This one's 56,000 square feet. Up here, $65 million, 30,000 square feet. $85 million. This one is 21,000 square feet. This one's $55 million, 30,000 square feet. I mean, you guys get the point. Basically, the entire area surrounding the Playboy Mansion is full of just absolute compounds. These are some of the biggest estates and best estates that you can get literally in. So yeah, very valuable property, very desirable property. That's probably why Hefner wanted this place so bad. But what I didn't realize when I started doing the research for this video is that The mansion in LA actually was not the original Playboy Mansion. Hugh Hefner originally set up shop in Chicago at this gem of a house at 1340 North State Parkway. Hef bought the property for $400,000 in 1959 when he was first building his empire. Here, after he bought it, he added a pool, a steam room, a sauna, a bowling alley, and a movie theater to the house. And of course, a bunch of crazy parties were thrown here too. What happened to the original Playboy Mansion has kind of an interesting timeline. When Hef was ready to leave Chicago, he leased his mansion out to a local art institute for $10 per year. Then not long after that, he ended up donating the house to the Art Institute, but ultimately the Art Institute ended up selling the mansion to a developer. This was in 1993. So what that developer did is they converted this mansion into a bunch of individual luxury condos. None of them are for sale right now, but I looked at a few of them that have sold kind of recently. Like this one sold in November 2019 for $2.7 million. And yeah, it's a nice spot. Like they have this really nice central courtyard area. Here is what the living room inside looks like. Here's a picture of how they finished the kitchen. Here's another one I found on Zillow. This one was last up for sale for $2.5 million a couple years ago. Place looks exactly the same from the street. This unit inside must have been remodeled by someone at some point. It's got a different vibe than the last one. This one's a little bit more modern. Pretty cool what they did with the place. It's very rare you see someone take a big mansion like this and cut it up into condos. Like some people do that with office towers and other commercial buildings. And yeah, as far as I can tell, this would not be all that bad of a place to live if you wanted to live in this area and you had $2.5 million to spend. Anyways, back to LA. It was 1971 when Hugh Hefner bought the Playboy Mansion in Holmby Hills. He was dating a girl named Barbie Benton at the time. Barbie was a model and an actress, and she's credited with actually being the one who convinced Hef to buy the Playboy Mansion in LA. I want you guys to guess how much Hugh Hefner paid for this place. So remember, it was 1971. We're talking about a 5-acre property and a mansion sitting on it in one of the best parts of LA. Go ahead, pause the video, put your guess down in the comments. What do you guys think? What did he pay for it back then? He paid only $1.1 million. $1.1 million is equivalent to around $8 million in today's dollars, so that is a ton of money, yes, but still, it's an absolute bargain for such a prime piece of real estate. And Hef bought the property from a guy named Louis Statham. I guess Louis invented a bunch of stuff, like a device used to measure pressure when you're looking for oil. He also invented a blow flow meter that is placed in your heart. And according to like everything ever written about this guy, it sounds like Louis was also an avid chess player. So yeah, the Playboy Mansion, as we all know it today, started in 1971, and from that point forward, this place would host some of the wildest parties that the city would ever see.
Some of Hollywood's most legendary parties have been held at Hef's house. The former home of Playboy magazine founder Hugh Hefner, a man who has forgotten more about parties than you'll ever know.
Oh.
This, of course, is the infamous grotto.
This is called the Van. So many stores of parties have been held for more than 4 decades and open walls to talk.
This was not your usual house. It was set up to entertain for sure, with an 80-person staff. Yes, an 80-person staff for a private single-family home. It had a 24-hour gourmet kitchen, and the parties would feature burlesque dancers performing in giant martini glasses. It was a hot spot for celebrities, and one of the craziest features to me, the Playboy Mansion was the sole residence in all of Los Angeles that actually had a zoo license.
Why do I have to study history? Well, you're a historical being. You need to know who you are and where you came from and why you think the things you think. That's why you have to place yourself in the proper tradition. I'm taking 4 of my esteemed colleagues and you across the world.
Former Bunny said there was nothing like a Playboy party and there never will be anything the same as Hef's parties again. She said they were wilder than you can even imagine. And what I thought was interesting is another one of Hef's ex-girlfriends said there was actually a good mix of wild and rowdy party nights mixed with more mellow movie nights where everybody got a free dinner and people would just come over for a meal and a movie just to chill. Donald Trump attended the parties, Steve Jobs was a regular guest, one of Hef's expensive pieces of art. There were actually even rumors and blueprints showing that some celebrities had secret underground tunnels from their nearby mansions to the Playboy Mansion, although I think this rumor was officially debunked. These parties had rock bands,
I don't
they had
think so.
DJs, basically everything that you read about the parties that were happening here make it sound a lot more like an event center than a house that's sitting in the middle of the neighborhood. Fast forward to 2015, and things kind of started to slow down a little bit around the Playboy Mansion. Hugh Hefner was getting old. He was 89 at the time, and he decided to put the house up for sale for a big asking price of $200 million. Check it out. Even though that sale happened like 6 years ago, there's still a handful of photos up on Redfin from that listing. They started with this one as the cover photo. I mean, this place straight up looks like something out of a movie. The property itself, or at least the architecture side of the property, is decked out with all kinds of crazy stuff, like this lion statue. Random photo of, I'm pretty sure, one of Hef's girlfriends sitting in the lawn. Don't know why this ends up in the listing photos, though. There's this grand staircase, a bunch of old artwork, tons of intricate woodwork. Here's the entrance to the home movie theater. I guess there was a bunch of movie parties that were hosted at this house, like during the week. If you were one of the lucky few people to get invited to watch one of those movies, this is what it looks like inside. Nice office, a little bit dated, at least with the green carpet, but I can appreciate it, and I definitely like that Eames lounger in the corner. And they rounded out with a photo of Hef's bedroom, which, from what I understand, is seating area with fireplace, huge oversized bed there. In the back, I think, was like a makeup area or a hangout area for the girls, and then he's just got a bunch of just pictures with him and random people on the walls, a bunch of trophies and trinkets and just things that people have given to him over the years. Yeah, this bedroom's probably like half the size of a house. But when they put that thing up on the market, since Hef was still living in the house and he was still alive, there was kind of a unique condition that was attached to the listing. It basically said that whoever bought this house, the deal would need to be structured as a living estate, which said that Hugh Hefner would be allowed to continue to live in the home until he passed away. It didn't take long to find a buyer. Just 6 months after they put the house up on the market for sale, in August of 2016, billionaire Darren Metropolis bought the Playboy Mansion for $100 million, exactly half of the original asking price. Here's a picture of the buyer, Darren, all suited up at work, and this is a photo of him at one of the Playboy Mansion parties in 2012 with Snoop Dogg. Interesting. And as far as what this guy does for work, Darren, by some sources, is known as the Twinkie King. He and his family made their fortunes selling Chef Boyardee, Pabst Blue Ribbon, Bumblebee Tuna, and, of course, Twinkies. And he actually already lived right next door to the Playboy Mansion, so I guess his goal was to join the two properties to create one massive compound. Darren's plan from the day he bought the place was to do a pretty in-depth or thorough renovation, because just after all of those years of parties that were happening at the house, the place had become pretty run down.
The Playboy Mansion has fallen on hard times since its glory days.
I heard the mansion was a bit of a wreck on the inside.
It was a very beautiful property, but it had some, gross carpet and a lot of dogs. With the carpet, the girls that worked there would bring their animals with them.
I got very sick, and we had the house checked for mold, and there was toxic mold everywhere. It ended up being like a $2 million remediation at the house.
But even with a gut renovation needed, the new owner definitely never intended on tearing the house down. In fact, at this point, can't. In March of 2018, he entered an agreement with the city of Los Angeles, which will permanently protect the Playboy Mansion from demolition. They put what's called a permanent protection covenant on the home, which means no future owners will be able to demolish this house. Hugh Hefner passed away on September 27th, 2017, at the age of 91 years old at the Playboy Mansion, and this marked the moment where the new owner was free to move forward with his plans. From what I could tell, the Twinkie King, aka Darren, started renovations on the house right away. There's a bunch of progress shots that have been taken by drones over the years, showing the grounds all dug up and basically just turned to dirt. The pool was gutted and is in the middle of renovation as well, including the infamous grotto. And it's obvious there's plenty of work happening inside with all the construction cars and trucks parked all around the property all the time. plus the scaffolding that's been put up around different parts of the home,
Oh,
probably
fuck
to
this
either
shit.
restore or
Yes, it's
refurbish
got so much
different parts of
potential.
the exteriors as well. The Daily Mail dug up that plans filed with the LA Planning Department show the construction includes a new basement below the original building, partially demolishing the staff house, and building a new 4,400 square foot additional structure that includes a gym and a garage. And according to this same report, the interior work, I guess, is remodeling the kitchen, the family room, the bathrooms, the servants' quarters, I don't think they're called that anymore, those, and also adding a bunch of skylights throughout as well. I cannot imagine being the superintendent on this job and having to walk the job site every day just to make sure that things are moving along. Like, we're talking 20,000 servants' quarters. I don't think they're called that anymore, but those, and also they're adding a bunch of skylights throughout the house as well. I cannot imagine being the superintendent on this job and having to walk the job site every day just to make sure that things are moving along. Like, we're talking 20,000 square feet of house and then another 5 acres of land. It would take you like half a day to do a walkthrough. I do want to say though that even though a lot of work is happening here, it sounds like the goal is to still restore the mansion to its original glory. They're not going to just throw a bunch of random new age modern finishes in here. Now, before we wrap the video today, I do want to address the elephant in the room, and that's the fact that unfortunately, since Hef passed away, there's actually a lot of girls who have come out and said that they don't have the best of memories from their times partying and living in the Playboy Mansion.
Hi guys, welcome to another behind the scenes episode of the Playboy Mansion. I've had a really hard time recently, diagnosed with many health conditions. I feel kind of like a shell of my former self. As most people know, I lived in the Playboy Mansion for 10 years, and that was hard. He was really the manipulator and didn't want us getting along because that served him better. You know, I was young and thought, you know, I could handle anything and just got in way over my head.
Once I left the mansion, I went into therapy for 5 months, and I realized that the place messed me up more than I thought it did.
I wasn't there. It's definitely not my place to accuse anyone of doing anything wrong here, but I will say that based on all of these accounts and accusations, I was actually kind of surprised to hear that the city of LA was willing to put that demo protection on the mansion. It's always interesting to see the people who show up in the comments of these videos. I would love to hear if any of you guys out there either went to the Playboy Mansion parties when they were happening, or if any of you guys out there watching this video are actually working on the Playboy Mansion today and you're a part of this big renovation. If that's you, let me know down in the comments below. I'll do my best to reply to everybody. I'll see you guys next time.
How much is school broken?
If we're
Playboy Mansion, but you may not believe. Playboy Mansion.
I'm Jesse Joseph.
And I'm Ray Parisi. We travel the world for CNBC producing stories about super-duper luxury real estate.
And some of the best homes we've ever visited have secret worlds hidden below ground.
We're talking about subterranean tennis courts, insane spas, and underground pools. Here are 4 homes with underground secrets, starting with number 4.
St. Moritz is the winter playground of the world's rich and famous.
And nestled inside the snowy paradise is one of the most extraordinary homes in all of Switzerland.
This castle was designed to make a billionaire's dream.
Don't be fooled by the glassy story. It's relatively modest interior.
This place actually has 7 levels, and most of them are hidden in the rocks below.
We can't tell you the name of the European magnate who moved a mountain to build this dream home.
But Sanana Ajim, the woman hired to sell it for $185 million, is more than willing to show us around.
The owners spared absolutely no expense in making this the most incredible property in all of Switzerland.
The massive 6-sided staircase with no visible support beams is insane.
It's so mysterious and so luxurious that someone has to see it to believe it.
Holy shit.
Before we go deeper
Kiss my
down below,
wee wee
let's
wet
check out the
bitch.
penthouse
What?
level master bedroom.
Where automatic drapes reveal a $1.8 million sculpture outside.
The floors in here are blanketed in snowy white fox fur.
And the massive master bath is wrapped in white onyx.
At the center is a 360-degree see-through shower. I hope you're not shy.
And this is even crazier. The walk-in closet is painted from floor to ceiling in 24-karat gold.
Now for more of the subterranean secrets buried deep below this place.
Where you'll find a wine cellar.
A $1.3 million movie theater.
And a private ski lodge. Yeah, a ski lodge.
There's a very sweet boot heating system, plus ski-out access to a private chairlift.
And you've got to go one more level down to see the unbelievable.
It really rivals some of the finest spas in the best hotels in the world.
There's a Himalayan salt room lined with glowing rock walls.
A modern hammam that looks like a spaceship crossed with a steam room.
A high-tech shower with rainbow lighting.
Even an ice chamber for chilling out.
And then there's this, a subterranean pool that's the size of a lake. And yeah, that's me swimming in it. And right next to the pool is a giant hot tub I also got to try out.
Last stop is the stone-covered parquet.
It's got a $260,000 turntable.
With the power to spin a 2.5-ton Bentley.
This is one of the finest homes in the entire world.
Oh my god, that house was so next level.
And the next, and the next, and the next. Now check out a California estate with secret passages that lead to a Moroccan hammam, a pool, and a tennis court down below.
And here's CNBC's Robert Frank with number 3.
Some of the super rich like to scream about their wealth with flashy mega mansions, but others prefer to whisper. On the outside, this may not look like an over-the-top palace, but looks can be deceiving.
We wanted to live in a destination resort every single day. We did not want to maintain multiple properties.
Former television host Alex McLeod is taking us on a tour of this very unusual estate just outside of Los Angeles. She shares it with her fiancé, frozen food mogul John Blazevich. But now,
Blazevich.
Sell it for a
He
whopping
burns a bitch.
$53
That's the nice way of saying burn a bitch.
So Alex, you drive up to this house. It's a nice one-story Mediterranean villa.
Nice,
but not that special.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay.
My love took me down to the river to silence me. And when she left, I could not speak.
Opulent. Where are the secrets? Well, they're right here, buried 5 stories underground and hidden by secret passageways.
If you could just move this chair.
I swear to God, I hear them.
Thank you very much.
More mysterious.
Now I'm going to show you the subterranean surprises. So this is our spa, and it rivals any world-class hotel spa.
Even the towels have the house name and logo. Just down the hallway, there's an indoor pool, jacuzzi, and a hot stone room. Ceiling, walls, and arches are all sandstone. The blocks were constructed by 300 nomadic Moroccan tribesmen. The entire spa took 8 years to build. Alex's fiancé, John, designed and built this home, and he made sure it reflected all of his passions, which include tennis. Lots of tennis.
Find your next possibility on Cars.com. Where to next?
Sure, the clay court outside, but 5 stories underground, there's an indoor tennis court that cost more than $14 million to build.
Let's just say tennis is a multi-million-dollar hobby here.
Some of the world's top tennis stars like Pete Sampras have played here. The room is also fully wired for entertaining and converts into a ballroom for over 300 guests.
We spend the majority of our time outdoors. We're very active people. We take full advantage of our 8 acres. But when we want to play a little indoor tennis or have a steam, think of it as added value.
Wow, Jess, that looked like a fun shoot.
Sure was. My favorite part was that underground pool with those crazy archways.
Next up, a beachfront mansion with a secret hidden underneath the front lawn.
CNBC's Robert Frank is back with number 2.
This almost $50 million mega mansion sits on what's known as Billionaires Row, the ritzy beachside town of Malapan, Florida, where it commands 315 feet of Florida's most sought-after Gold Coast. But what you may find even more impressive is the secret treasure you can't see, buried under the sumptuous estate's front lawn. More on that later. First, we take you inside the nearly 40,000 square feet of contemporary opulence, where a supersized living room delivers breathtaking views through 30-foot tall windows. The next thing you'll notice is a ubiquitous spirit that defines the decor, namely tequila, made by the top-shelf producer, Patron. You'll find Patron bottles on the bars, painted on the walls, and even in almost all 16 bathrooms, where the distinctive glass is filled with mouthwash. The couple that lives here has good reason to be tequila obsessed. They are Patron's high-powered CEO, Ed Brown, and his wife Ashley, a former fitness model and one-time Patron girl.
It was always going to be like my dream home, because it's like, I love the water, I love Florida.
We wake up to a dream every day.
And you won't believe what's buried underground.
So underneath us is my man cave.
There's a man cave right underneath our feet?
Yes, sir.
You gotta show me this. Below the faux lawn, 2 professional race cars bookend the ultimate bar. A Ferrari 458 that reaches a top speed of 180 miles an hour. And this Le Mans prototype, called the LMP2, hits 230. They're each worth millions. Ed and his racing team drove both cars to wins at 2 of America's top endurance races. Also with the Fantasy Hideaway, one of the CEO's favorite toys, a professional driving simulator worth a hefty $50K. Obviously, the bar is stocked with plenty of Patron, including this bottle bedazzled by rapper Lil Jon, and an $8,000 bottle of limited edition tequila served in Lalique Crystal, which Ed believes is the best way to toast this spectacular space. Here's to the house that Patron built.
Cheers. Thank you very much for coming.
Ray, did you get to do a tequila shot on that shoot?
Maybe 2. Okay, 3.
That sounds about right. Now for the LA mansion with gold-covered cars and an underground swimming pool.
Here's number 1.
The first thing you'll notice at this nearly $80 million mansion in Beverly Hills is gold. It's everywhere.
It's on the gates in the driveway.
The sculpture in that water feature at the front entrance.
And there's even more inside.
Yep, the developer built a crystal room filled with $100,000 worth of gold champagne.
And yes, that's a golden champagne gun.
This place has state-of-the-art everything.
A retractable glass wall that reveals the 85-foot infinity pool.
And a flat-screen TV that drops from the ceiling and spins around.
But the coolest feature of this nearly 21,000 square foot mansion is what's hidden underground.
There's a second swimming pool with a waterfall that gets sunlight from the top floor.
So you could actually get sunburn in the basement.
Down below, there's also hot and cold plunge pools.
And hidden behind a soothing wall of bubbles, a massage room.
And for the ladies, there's a beauty salon just off the basement gym.
But if that doesn't rev you up, check out the garage.
The owner's gold-covered rides. Unfortunately, those are not included in the $80 million price tag.
Houses in Los Angeles are so freaking cool. What was your favorite underground world out of all those houses you just saw?
I'm going to go with that California estate that has that crazy Moroccan hammam. How about you?
I would do the St. Moritz house because that giant pool underground totally blew me away.
Tell us your favorites in the comments, and don't forget to follow, subscribe, like, you know, all that stuff.
How well do you know your own house? You might have been living in it for more than a decade, but you'll never know. Your house just might be hiding a secret room that stores more unexpected finds. Just take it from these renters and homeowners. From a secret tunnel and a case of missing manuscripts to a secret bathroom, here are 20 strangest secret rooms found in people's houses. Number 20. A secret tunnel and missing manuscripts. Now this first story is quite unbelievable. It features an ancient monastery known as Mont Saint-Odile, a historical establishment overlooking beautiful landscapes, and is undoubtedly hiding over a millennium's worth of artifacts and stories. The monastery was named after a woman named Odile. Born blind to the Duke of Alsace, she was discreetly taken to a nearby town due to her father's disappointment, but destiny had plans for Odile. After a baptism guided by an angelic intervention, she miraculously gained her sight. The news spread, leading to a family reunion that had its highs and tragic lows. But all's well that ends well. Recognizing her grace and compassion, her father erected the Mont Saint-Odile Abbey in her honor. The abbey became inhabited by those who believed in the order, and all was well, until the turn of the century, when the priests inside noticed that the books in the abbey's library were disappearing one by one. Suspicion was everywhere, with even the librarian, Father Elaine Dummius, under scrutiny. However, despite the heightened security, the books continued to vanish. Well, everyone was at a loss until authorities got involved, and the truth was revealed. The culprit? It was Stanislaus Gauss, a former professor and an avid admirer of the abbey's rich history, who had been borrowing them. Using a secret room concealed behind a bookshelf, Gauss indulged his passion, diving into ancient manuscripts.
What? Moana 2? Okay. Oh, fuck yeah. That is so fucking cool. Oh, we're getting this payday. Fuck. I can't afford that shit. Guys, donate.
How well do you know your own house?
Oh, John Connor's on the level, guys. me, puto. God damn it.
Is there anything more exciting and mysterious than the discovery of a secret room?
Oh my god.
Immediately you ask yourself, why has it been concealed? And what strange things might have happened here that someone didn't want anyone to know about? It can send a shiver down your spine before you even open the door. And with good reason, as we will find out in this video. From the new apartment, which had a creepy surprise, to the strange door in a couple's bathroom. Here's the 20 strangest rooms found in people's homes.
Oh, this is getting good. They're gonna find P. Diddy touching someone P. man. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Number 20. Couple finds secret room hidden behind kitchen cupboard while exploring new flat. To get us started, we're going to visit a couple who were extremely surprised to find a hidden room with a window at the back of a kitchen cabinet when they were looking around their new home. The two new unnamed renters didn't know why the secret space was there, but they've taken to social media to talk about it. There's no normal door to get into the room, and it doesn't have any flooring, and it seems to have some wiring and building materials inside. The woman who found it said, "I just moved in with my boyfriend and we found a room in the kitchen cabinet. Pretty cool. I'd probably turn it into a hideout where I'd work or eat a bunch of stuff without having to share it. Or if that's a little mean, I'd just leave the snacks outside the door and zone out in my cozy little space. But while I was in there, I might be thinking too much about why this secret room existed in the first place. It might be the work of a serial killer. It's a perfect place to hide the bodies." Before we go on, like this video, smash that subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now, or this set of people crawl on your face when you're sleeping. Time for the rare topic. Cops were called to this old house after the owners reported hearing strange noises in the night, and after looking everywhere, they just couldn't figure out where the noise was coming from. The cop who shared his story in an AMA said that he was just as befuddled until he spotted this ancient giant wardrobe. He decided to check out what was behind it, and he found a secret door. The cops discovered a secret room in this guy's attic, and what they found inside is insane. It was full of cash, bags and bags of it. It turned out that a criminal gang had been breaking into the house at night and storing their earnings from that night in this secret room. So that explained the strange noises so far.
Better not fucking idiots. Now, if you went to Walmart to do a little shopping, you got a job. Yeah. Okay, guys. I'm back. Oh, fuck, I gotta watch this bitch. Hold on, you guys.
but no one's caught the crooks. Do you think this was a genius idea? Who should get to keep all the cash? As always, comment down below with the hashtag rare topic and let us know what you think about what you just saw on screen. Let's move on to the next one. Number 19. Couple find creepy room behind bathroom wall. I think it's fair to say you can expect to have some bad dreams in this bed. Carolyn and Stephen Sparks said they were terrified after finding a freaky secret room hidden behind a wall in their home. The room has a creepy wrought iron bed frame, which is what scared them so much.
I'm gonna kill you.
The British couple bought a Victorian-era home in Brighton, England. They didn't know there was a room there until they started having contractors do work for renovations. An architect found the hidden door in the small bathroom, and Carolyn grabbed her phone to record the scary find. The video shows that when the door is opened, it leads to a steep stair.
I'm gonna fucking kill you niggers. You don't knock your shit off, fucking nigger.
How well do you know your own house? You might have been living in it for more than a decade, but you'll never know. Your house just might be hiding a secret room that stores more unexpected finds. Just take it from these renters and homeowners. From a secret tunnel and a case of missing manuscripts to a secret bathroom, here are 20 strangest secret rooms found in people's houses. Number 20. A secret tunnel and missing manuscripts. Now this first story is quite unbelievable. It features an ancient monastery known as Mont Saint-Odile, a historical establishment overlooking beautiful landscapes, and is undoubtedly hiding over a millennium's worth of artifacts and stories. The monastery was named after a woman named Odile, born blind to the Duke of Alsace. She was discreetly taken to a nearby town due to her father's disappointment, but destiny had plans for Odile. After a baptism guided by an angelic intervention, she miraculously gained her sight. The news spread, leading to a family reunion that had its highs and tragic lows. But all's well that ends well. Recognizing her grace and compassion, her father erected the Mont Saint-Odile Abbey in her honor. The abbey became inhabited by those who believed in the order, and all was well, until the turn of the century, when the priests inside noticed that the books in the abbey's library were disappearing one by one. Suspicion was everywhere, with even the librarian, Father Elaine Donius, under scrutiny. However, despite the heightened security, the books continued to vanish. Well, everyone was at a loss until authorities got involved, and the truth was revealed. The culprit? It was Stanislaus Goss, a former professor and an avid admirer of the abbey's rich history, who had been borrowing them. Using a secret room concealed behind a bookshelf, Goss indulged his passion, diving into ancient manuscripts. By the time he was discovered, over 1,100 books had found their way to his personal collection. However, Goss began borrowing them. Using a secret room concealed behind a bookshelf, Goss indulged his passion, diving into ancient manuscripts. By the time he was discovered, over 1,100 books had found their way to his personal collection. However, Goss wasn't really a criminal. Well, what he did was incredibly wrong, but he wasn't in it for the money. He genuinely cherished the manuscripts, even taking steps to restore some. Recognizing his genuine passion, the courts gave him a unique sentence: a fine, community service, and assisting the monks with cataloging and restoring the books. And in a heartwarming turn of events, Goss even found a place within the monastery as a teacher. Before we go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now. Number 19. Hidden room beneath the basement. Alexandra Polis from Lansdowne, Pennsylvania, was a woman who made a mind-blowing discovery about her childhood home. Now, Alexandra, who's in her early 40s, has had her white colonial-style home in her family since the 70s. She'd even have dreams about mysterious rooms in the house when she was a kid. Most people chalked it up to her wild imagination, but you know what they say about intuition? Sometimes it's spot on. After inheriting the home, she became a landlord. When things in the basement started breaking one after the other, she remembered a rumor from a long time ago. A former neighbor once hinted to her dad about there being another basement below their current one. Now this is what gave her an idea. So, in the middle of the night, while researching local home histories, she stumbled upon a story about a nearby house being connected to the Underground Railroad. Taken over by curiosity, she took the chance to examine her basement further when she got it fixed. She asked the workers to dig a bit deeper, and guess what? They found it. A whole new space, 14 feet down. Her tenant, Jerry, believes the room predates the house itself. It's spacious, with a suspicious stone wall. Now, while Alexandra is super excited, we've got historians weighing in too. Experts from the Historical Society of Pennsylvania mentions the area's rich abolitionist history, so it's not a wild guess. But the room might have other stories too. Maybe it was a secret storage, a hidden family chamber, or maybe someone's treasure stash. For now, the mystery lingers. This is a great find, considering Alexandra claimed she always had this gut feeling that there was something unique about her house. Well, it turns out it's true. Right beneath her house was an underground room that could have been a part of the Underground Railroad. Imagine waking up one day to discover that your home, the place you grew up in, might have been a stop on one of the most iconic escape routes in history. Number 18. A hidden passageway in 500-year-old house. Imagine binge-watching some mystery films, and then finding something straight out of them in real life. This is what happened to Freddie Goodall, a British guy who made a startling discovery in his 500-year-old house located in Brighton, which is in Sussex. That's about a short drive from London. The young property developer, who's just 23, was casually going through old pictures of a room in his family home. In one, he spotted a doorway. That spot now housed a bookshelf. So what does he do? He starts digging around, and there he found behind one of those books was a tiny hole that peeked into a concealed room. But the rabbit hole went even deeper, and I mean that literally. Freddie discovered a network of tunnels and chambers stretching across the estate, and he even thinks that some of these tunnels might lead miles away to neighboring buildings, even a church. Freddie thinks these hidden passageways were like the secret highways for the house staff back in the day. But perhaps the most intriguing discovery was a safe that Freddie managed to crack open, and inside he found books from the 1800s. It also seemed that the tunnel had been discovered by students from the 1900s, as part of the tunnel had secret hangout spots, and even had graffiti everywhere. The best part? Freddie's keeping it all intact. No modern renovations. He's keeping it real, preserving centuries of history. After all, who would want to change a thing after such an incredible find? Number 17. 130-year-old home with creepy hidden rooms. In 2022, the internet was captivated by a fascinating story involving a couple named Courtney and Matt. The two moved to a 130-year-old house, and their journey began upon receiving an unexpected letter sent from Canada. It was from the last living member of the Madison family, the previous owners. A simple line read, "Let me introduce myself." But what followed was nothing short of a plot twist in a movie. The Madison descendant disclosed the existence of secret compartments and rooms. The first secret was elegantly hidden in plain sight. A mirrored panel above the fireplace slid away to reveal a vintage liquor cabinet laden with forgotten spirits. Among them, unopened bottles of French rose wine from 1970. Guided by the letter's revelations, Courtney and Matt ventured further. Their bathroom, seemingly ordinary, concealed a mystery. A hidden entrance beckoned, but instead of an elaborate chamber, it was a crawl space, an eerie attic of sorts. Yet another surprise awaited. Opposite their toilet, a tiny locked door beckoned them. Behind it, a vast trunk room packed with decades of history. As for the third secret room, the couple shares that it's inaccessible due to furniture blocking the way. What stories might it hold? Perhaps it will be revealed in the future. Number 16. The Disappointment Room. In the old streets of West Warwick, a mystery unfurled in the attic of Lorien Jeffrey Dumas. It reminded us of an era where society's unforgiving stigmas punished innocent individuals. The room's features imply a tragic past. A drain in the floor, a door with a handle only on the outside, and an atmosphere that fluctuated between extreme cold and heat. This was not any room. This was a disappointment room. A concealed space where affluent families of the past hid their disabled members, fearing societal judgment. Judge Job Smith Carpenter, the previous owner, had seemingly hidden his own daughter, Ruth, within these very walls. Lori Dumas knew she had to do something. With a bit of research at the West Warwick Public Library, she unearthed the sad reality of the rooms. After discovering the truth, Lori did not let this revelation fade away. She turned this tragic history into a catalyst for awareness, sharing her findings with the world. The existence of the Disappointment Room is undeniably a grim chapter in history. But what Lori and Jeffrey Dumas have done is a reminder that we have the power to turn dark legacies into stories of hope and change. we've made commendable strides in understanding mental health, valuing every individual's existence, and eliminating the stigmas that once oppressed helpless individuals. Number 15. Toxic mold. Jason and Carrie Brown, eager first-time homeowners in Greenville, South Carolina, thought they struck gold with a spacious $75,000 house. But while renovating some bookcases in a bedroom, she uncovered a passageway that led to a concealed room. Within the room was a chilling message left by the previous owner. You found it. Hello. If you're reading this, then you found the secret room. I owned this house for a short while, and it was discovered to have a severe mold issue, one that actually made my children very ill to the point that we had to move out. The house was infected with toxic black mold that was never disclosed to the new owners. An engineer's assessment confirmed the high mold levels, rendering the home a significant health risk. The unsettling discovery raised the question, why wasn't this hazard disclosed during the sale? Number 14. Untouched Victorian kitchen. In 2011, a 200-year-old Victorian kitchen, almost untouched, was uncovered in a mansion named Kevin Park near Wrexham. Built in the early 1800s, this historical gem features original fixtures and fittings, such as a massive spit, jelly molds marked with VR, which most likely means Victoria Regina, a cookery book from the 19th century, and even antique fire extinguishers. It's believed that the kitchen remained untouched for about 100 years, later serving as an underground shelter during World War II. However, after the war, the kitchen was sealed off. The discovery was made by Archie Graham Palmer, who inherited the property from his father. Archie said the kitchen had become a storage space for discarded items, including boxes and old horse blankets. One amusing discovery was a 19th century cookbook, which, according to Archie, contained complex recipes quite unlike the quick meals popularized by modern chefs like Jamie Oliver. Now, for fans out there, that was probably just Archie's joke. To restore the kitchen to its former glory, a decorator was hired to remove a layer of light paint, the original mustard yellow and egg-white look hues. The kitchen's centerpiece is a large table with benches, suggesting that the mansion once employed numerous staff. Census records from 1881 indicate that the household staff
Man, Johnny
included
was
a
like
live-in
pies
butler,
and couch.
valet,
Oh,
footman,
fuck yeah.
housemaids, gardener, and coach. Notably, one of the mansion's previous owners was Sir Roger William Henry Palmer, who participated in the famed Charge of the Light Brigade in 1854. Now, if your house has something this astounding, you know you hit the jackpot. Number 13. 1950s suitcase behind the walls. In 2016, a couple renovated their 1940s home, where the two had been living for a few years. It was then that they stumbled upon an unexpected treasure. Hidden in a secret space in the ceiling was a suitcase filled with something surprising. They initially believed they would discover old sports cards, or perhaps even random rubbish. But instead, they found something more valuable. Upon getting the suitcase, they noted that its contents were sealed by a newspaper that dates back to March 25, 1951. The first package revealed a stack of $20 bills, leading to the couple's astonishment. The next package escalated their excitement even further. It was filled with $50 bills. But the real shock came with the third package, a bundle of $100 bills. Some of these banknotes were particularly unique, with brown notes, a gold certificate, and near-mint star notes, all dated between 1928 and 1934. In total, the stash was worth an impressive $23,000. Recognizing the significance of their discovery, the couple sought advice from a lawyer regarding their right to keep the windfall and had the money appraised. What would you do with the money if you discovered this hefty amount of money hidden in your house that could be yours to own? Investment? Recreation? Let me know in the comments. Number 12. Passageway behind a bookshelf. A woman named Dan shared on Reddit about her unexpected discovery. She shared her experience back to the time when she and her mother were preparing to leave their rental house to move in with her stepdad. There, she found, tucked away behind a pillar of clutter in her closet, was allegedly a concealed room barricaded with boards and plywood. She tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. But she did see what was hidden beneath the sheeted walls through the cracks. It seemed that at the center of the room was a lone mason jar filled with what seemed like water. What's eerie is that the water wafting from the gap was chilly, indicating that the secret chamber wasn't affected by the house's central heating. Unfortunately, she never did get to open the hidden chamber fully, but she shared that she always felt that there was something creepy about it.
and perhaps it was really better off boarded up. Number 11. Homeowner finds secret crawl space. Daniel Smith, residing near Austin, Texas, was taken aback when he stumbled upon a secret room in his house. Prompted by a peculiar wood panel behind a door, Smith's investigations led him to discover the concealed space. After asking around, Smith found out from house plans that they were likely meant to be finished crawl spaces, but the builder perhaps opted to leave them unfinished. Smith's home, a 2-story, 4-bedroom detached house, has been previously owned by 2 others. But after asking around, it seemed that no one aside from him knew about the existence of the crawl spaces around the entire estate. This curious find attracted the attention of millions on the internet, and rightly so. As creepy as the discovery is, Smith decided to just shrug it off and utilize the hidden room instead as a storage for Christmas decorations. However, a research center clarifies that such spaces are ordinary and are actually termed attic knee walls, which are structural components providing separation between attic and conditioned space. They typically appear in houses where there are variations in ceiling heights. It seems like a functional chamber, but you can't deny that it's still quite creepy. Number 10. 1,000-year-old Viking iron hoard found inside basement. In Valdres, Norway, a historical find was made by a woman named Greta Margot during what was supposed to be a regular cleaning session. There in her basement were 32 identical bars that hid the stories of Viking era Norway. Each bar, weighing precisely 50 grams and featuring a distinct hole for stringing, suggests they might have been used as an early form of currency. Initially discovered by her father during the 1980s while digging a well, these artifacts were located near the historic Bergen Royal Road. Recognizing their significance, Greta handed them to the Valdres Folk Museum for proper documentation and care. Number 9. Ancient chapel hidden inside old house. In 2010, a family discovered a metallic grid in their home, and after a few drinks, the Farla family decided to finally find out just what the metallic grid was guarding. Upon removing it, they discovered a secret chamber that was reminiscent of an old chapel, complete with a cross and a pew. The revelation suggested potential uses for this hidden room. Was it a chapel from times when religious persecution was rampant? An area of solace for the Catholics during times of persecution, perhaps? Or did it date back to World War II as a bunker for Churchill's secret army? Experts believe that if the house dates back to the 1700s, it could have very well served as a refuge for persecuted Catholics. The evidence, the crosses, the layout, very well served as a refuge for persecuted Catholics. The evidence, the crosses, the layout, all point towards religious use. Alternatively, if it was from the World War II era, it might have been one of the many underground bunkers used by Britain's secret army. In addition to this historic find, they discovered a staircase leading to the house's dining room. Now, isn't this just an incredibly cool find? Number 8. Hidden room behind fake wall. A family found a secret room in their home, and there, they found something unexpected. Upon finding a fake wall, they were determined to take it down and remove it. They didn't expect a well-equipped hideout reminiscent of a scene straight out of a post-apocalyptic movie. A room designed to withstand the very worst of scenarios, filled with medical supplies, food, water, and other essentials. For the casual onlooker, the room was an artifact of the doomsday prepper subculture, a community preparing for the end of the world as we know it. Many were reminded of the uncertainties the world faced in the early 2000s, from the looming Y2K crisis to geopolitical tensions. The family decided to repurpose the space and use it to expand the garage. But if it were up to you, what would you have done? Let me know in the comments down below. Number 7. New York renter's unpleasant surprise. When a woman named Samantha felt like there was cold air coming from an unknown source in her bathroom, she decided to document her journey and share it online. After days of inspecting the bathroom, she finally found the opening. There behind the mirror was a secret room. It turned out that behind her bathroom wall was another apartment, albeit dilapidated and uninhabitable. I don't know about you, but I don't think I could sleep peacefully at night after learning about a hidden, unused apartment behind my bathroom wall. Number 6. Hidden room behind kitchen cupboard. Now this is probably the most innocent secret room in this video. Nestled discreetly behind a kitchen cupboard was a concealed room, complete with its own window. While most people would be stumped or even spooked by such a discovery, the tenant who found the secret room decided to share it online for the entertainment of everyone on the internet. Some believe the room looks like a great place to hide bodies, while some joke that it could be some criminal's lair. However, the truth is far simpler. It could simply be just an extra room that the past owners
You
decided
come
to
on
board
over
up.
here, come on.
A lot of people online lamented the vacancy of the room, claiming that the
Right.
natural light would make it a great recreation or gaming room. How would you take advantage of this secret room if you were the one who found it? Recreation or gaming room. How would you take advantage of this secret room if you were the one who found it?
That's
Let me
probably
know
what
in
I
the
want.
comments down below. Number 5.
Like this secluded.
Bachelorette party gone wrong.
Yep.
Imagine booking a cozy Airbnb for a night out. You're expecting a quiet evening, maybe even a little fun, but instead, you experience one of the most horrifying nights of your life. This was the experience of a group of women who were supposed to have a fun bachelorette party. It was fun until they discovered that their one-story Airbnb rental wasn't exactly
Motherfucker.
what it said. While the listing claimed it was
I'm
just
gonna beat
a
your baby bear,
single-floor
bitch.
house, a serendipitous lean
baby
against the
bear,
wall
bitch.
revealed it to be hollow. Intrigued, they found a hidden door, and behind it was a staircase leading to another level they weren't told about. Now, and behind it was a staircase leading to another level they weren't told about. Now, the eerie part isn't just the discovery. It was when they were outside, relaxing by the hot tub, and noticed a light flicker upstairs. They claimed to see a man peeking down at them, and as if that wasn't unsettling enough, there were cameras adjusting to their every move. There was even a one-way mirror placed by a deceptive door that led to a secret room. Rushing to contact their Airbnb host, they're told the host is 25 minutes away. But surprisingly, the host appeared just several minutes after being contacted. Now that's definitely a red flag. Police, when called to investigate, confirmed the group's fears. They were informed of a hidden unit and surveillance, and were promptly escorted out for their safety. Now, while the details are still unfolding, with Airbnb launching an investigation, there's one takeaway here. Whether you're booking a place for a quiet retreat or a memorable celebration, always be cautious. Number 4.
That is crazy.
Underground bunker. Has there been a time when you upgraded your garden and stumbled upon a hidden historical treasure in the process? That's precisely what happened. The host is 25 minutes away, but surprisingly, the host appeared just several minutes after being contacted. Now there was even a one-way mirror placed by a deceptive door that led to a secret room. Rushing to contact their Airbnb host, they're told the host is 25 minutes away, but surprisingly, the host appeared just several minutes after being contacted. Now that's definitely a red flag. Police, when called to investigate, confirmed the group's fears. They were informed of a hidden unit and surveillance, and were promptly escorted out for their safety. Now, while the details are still unfolding, with Airbnb launching an investigation, there's one takeaway here. Whether you're booking a place for a quiet retreat or a memorable celebration, always be cautious. Number 4. Underground bunker. Has there been a time when you upgraded your garden and stumbled upon a hidden historical treasure in the process? That's precisely what happened to Will Barnes from Wisbeck. Will was renovating his garden when his shovel suddenly hit something solid while digging what was supposed to be dirt. 8 steps down, under layers of earth and history, emerged the entrance to what appeared to be an incredible World War II bomb shelter. Inside this bunker, there was another door. Now, you wouldn't believe where this door led. It led straight to his neighbor's garden. Considering the tumultuous times in the past, this passageway between neighbors makes a lot of sense. The discovery of the underground bunker shed light on the house's history. Turns out, their house was built somewhere between the 1930s and 1949, right in the middle of wartime tensions. The best part? The neighbors had no clue about their historical patio as well. They had lived above this relic for 5 years, never realizing they had a direct door to their neighbor's underground secret. Just imagine the stories the bunker could tell if its walls could talk. Number 3. A doll and a creepy, mysterious note. If you were in Jonathan Lewis's shoes, this discovery might have spooked you as well. Jonathan recently moved into a new home in southeast England, particularly in Surrey. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, until he noticed a stray wire sticking out of the wall where the past homeowner had put the fridge. Naturally, he examined the spot and checked where the wire was sticking out from. So he punched a hole in the wall to trace where the wire was coming from, and there he found something he never expected, a doll sitting on her very own chair. He also found a note. Dear reader/new homeowner, thank you for freeing me. My name is Emily. My original owners lived in this house in 1961. I didn't like them. so they had to go. All they did was sing and be merry. It was sickening. Stabbing was my choice of death for them, so I hope you have knives. Hope you sleep well. Now that's quite eerie, right? Would you even continue to live in the house if that was the note you found behind the wall? Well, if I found something similar to what Jonathan found, I think I'd stay. After all, the doll doesn't look eerie, and the letter he found didn't show traces of being from the 1960s, so my best bet is that the doll was simply part of a prank by the past homeowner. Number 2. Secret room that remained unopened for the past 102 years. Earlier this year, a family who bought a house in the small, charming village of Bennes in France discovered quite an unexpected room inside their home. It all started when, while exploring their new surroundings, something unusual caught their attention. A window with no apparent room behind it. Driven by curiosity, they decided to uncover what lay behind the blocked path. Inside, they found a room untouched for decades. The room, preserved in all its glory, once belonged to 22-year-old French Lieutenant Hoover Rosaru. It resembled a museum. Every item in that space told a story of Hoover's life and era, from his wartime equipment to a grand portrait of him. It all painted a vivid picture of a young man who bravely fought in World War I. Tragically, Hoover lost his life on April 26, 1918, in the line of duty. Hoover's grief-stricken parents initiated the room's preservation. Unable to bear the pain of their son's absence, they kept his room untouched, sealing away his memories behind a wall. The house saw various owners over the years, including General Eugene Brideau of France. Despite changes in ownership, the room remained untouched. Later, after falling under government control, the house found its way back to Eugene's lineage when his granddaughter acquired it. Recognizing the historical significance of the room, the family decided to preserve it as a museum, sharing Hoover's legacy with future generations to see. Number 1. Leaking bathroom reveals tiled shower. Hannah Otto, a 32-year-old woman from the United Kingdom, began tiled shower. Hannah Otto, a 32-year-old woman from the United Kingdom, began revamping her residence in 2020. As she documented her DIY journey on social media, her followers grew, with many keenly following her transformative projects. But earlier this year, she discovered something that surprised millions of followers. It was one particular bathroom discovery. While renovating, Otto found that the previous homeowners had perplexingly tiled directly onto wooden panels. This prompted her to dig a little deeper. As she tore away the wooden layers, she unveiled an unexpected surprise: a concealed older bathroom behind her current one. Now that's definitely unexpected. The sheer effort involved in such a process left many scratching their heads, with speculations even pointing towards possible hidden asbestos. However, Otto quickly put those fears to rest, confirming the absence of asbestos after a thorough check. To this day, the mystery remains. Why did the former homeowner decide to seal a perfectly functional shower behind a tiled wall? I'm confused. Hannah claimed that since 2020, she found that the entire house was filled with DIYs, albeit poorly done. It seemed like this was just one of the many easy fix attempts of the former owner. But the question as to why they did it just might forever remain unanswered. Well, these secret rooms are definitely interesting. If you've had similar experiences to these folks, feel free to share them in the comments down below, and I'll be sure to give them a read. Also, check out our other cool stuff showing up on the screen right now, and I'll see you in the next video. Take care, everybody. Why they did it just might forever remain. Apartment, albeit dilapidated and uninhabitable. I don't know about you, but I don't think I could sleep peacefully at night after learning about a hidden unused apartment behind my bathroom wall. Number 6. Hidden room behind kitchen cupboard. Now this is probably the most innocent secret room in this video. Nestled discreetly behind a kitchen cupboard was a concealed room, complete with its own window. While most people would be stumped, Intrigued, they found a hidden door, and behind it was a staircase leading to another level they weren't told about. Now the eerie part isn't just the discovery, It was when they were outside, a serendipitous lean against the till they bachelorette party gone wrong. Imagine booking a cozy Airbnb for a night out. You're expecting a quiet evening, maybe even a little fun, but instead, you experience one of the most horrifying nights of your life. This was the experience of a
secret tunnel behind Airbnb. You fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of here with that goddamn ad shit.
There are strange tunnels, holes, and ways through this home. This one, specifically, has a big open space large enough for a human. Besides the cabinet that goes into the bedroom, we're in... Wait, there it is. Stick your finger through it. There's a peephole.
Who gives a fuck?
Mind you, we are in Portland, Oregon. Mind you, we are in Oregon right now, where there's an active serial killer on the loose. Yes, there is. Keith?
Check out this free extent. And next to a warning about a growing trend for American families earning extra cash by renting their home on a popular website. Tonight, one woman couldn't get those renters to leave. Here's ABC's Candace Gibson with what you need to know before opening your home to strangers.
This is what one California homeowner called a living nightmare. Watch as this couple roams the Santa Cruz house, rummaging through the refrigerator cabinets, the homeowner standing on the side, helpless.
Do you feel like a prisoner in your own home?
Absolutely. I have 8 security cameras in my house right now.
33-year-old Poonam Sandhu renting her master bedroom to this couple through Airbnb last month. Weeks into the contract, agreeing to transition to a cash-only payment not involving Airbnb. And that's when Sandhu says the payments stopped coming.
So I asked them very politely, it's time for you guys to go.
And did they go?
They did not.
Surveillance cameras rolling as the duo is served legal papers, but they refuse to leave. The shirtless male seen creeping around the house at night. California law on their side.
California law allows the tenant that 30-day notice because they have to find a new place to live. And that's expensive. And some tenants have been using that to their advantage.
Sandhu finally agreeing to pay $1,750 to get the pair to leave her own house, figuring it's less than a lengthy eviction process.
Nightmare?
Absolute nightmare. Worst thing I've ever experienced in my life. Scariest thing.
Court documents indicating this same couple has an ongoing claim against them for not paying rent elsewhere. Now Airbnb telling ABC News we strongly encourage hosts to only book through Airbnb. They may change policy to financially penalize anyone who overstays an Airbnb reservation. Other experts encouraging those renting out their homes to do background checks. Candace Gibson, ABC News, Santa Cruz, California.
I'll be putting some knives to their throats. Fucking idiots.
And next to a warning about a growing...
If you are the one who found it, let me know in the comments down below. Imagine booking a cozy Airbnb for a night out. You're expecting a quiet evening, maybe even a little fun, but instead, you experience one of the most horrifying nights of your life. This was the experience of a group of women who were supposed to have a fun bachelorette party. It was fun
But I'd rather
until
swim
they
ashore.
discovered that their one-story Airbnb rental wasn't exactly what it seemed. While the listing claimed it was just a single-floor house, a serendipitous lean against a wall revealed it to be hollow. Intrigued, they found a hidden door, and behind it was a staircase leading to another level they weren't told about. Now, the eerie part isn't just the discovery. It was when they were outside, relaxing by the hot tub, and noticed a light flicker upstairs. They claimed to see a man peeking down at them, and as if that wasn't unsettling enough, there were cameras adjusting to their every move. There was even a one-way mirror placed by a deceptive door that led to a secret room. Rushing to contact their Airbnb host, they're told the host is 25 minutes away. But surprisingly, the host appeared just several minutes after being contacted. Now that's definitely a red flag. Police, when called to investigate, confirmed the group's fears. They were informed of a hidden unit and surveillance, and were promptly escorted out for their safety. Now, while the details are still unfolding, with Airbnb launching an investigation, there's one takeaway here. Whether you're booking a place for a quiet retreat or a memorable celebration, always be cautious. Number 4. Underground bunker. Has there been... Whether you're booking a place for a quiet retreat or a memorable celebration, always be cautious. Number 4. Underground bunker. Has there been a time when you upgraded your garden?
Well, the PS5 Pro is officially here, and I've got to say, I was excited for this console, but I'm kind of a bit disappointed after I got to know the reality of how the games are going to be running at 60 FPS. It's not what I expected, but nonetheless, it's still a better console than the PS5. So apparently all the reviews have just dropped in, and IGN has done some pretty good review this year, and I've been seeing a lot of people speaking about the IGN reviews, and it just seems like IGN has really done some in-depth, detailed reviews on the PS5 Pro, so I think it's gonna...
Ooh, that thing looks kind of
You
nice.
were the one who found it. Let me know in the comments down below.
Family finds passageways at Airbnb. you get any? You got a few jobs done though? Got a few jobs done?
I'm praying that this assassination attempt causes some type of change. Because all of this stuff.
You said what?
I would love Mr. Trump to do well. I would love for our nation to have a real genuine peace.
Yeah.
But in all honesty, I have to say,
I know, right?
A message from the Sonic Department of Research
I'll
and
get the
Delicious.
fuck out of here with that shit.
Behind this bookcase, a mystery is about to be unlocked.
We're gonna see if this opens, because it looks like there's a seam.
Levi Gillis, his wife Kelsey, and their 15-year-old daughter Ada just moved into their new home near Harrisonburg, Virginia, when they made the discovery. Naturally curious, they wanted to see what was on the other side. To their surprise, it turned out to be a hidden room.
Latch was down here, just like that. Okay. And that's what our daughter saw. So when we came up, first thing we did is came down, just kind of popped the latch open. On the side here, we noticed a little bit of a seam where there's kind of a gap going on. I wasn't sure if it was on hinges or if it, what kind of how it works. So we kind of wiggled on it and popped free. We slid it kind of right out like that.
Wow! Whoa! The secret room was completely insulated. It even had a working light. Then they noticed something on the floor. A hidden drawer. And inside was a box of rare coins.
Oh my gosh, what's that?
It's got an Olympic sign.
What?
No way.
Do you guys think perhaps you might find other hidden gems in that house?
We'll definitely be looking.
I bet they will. The family was able to return the coins to the previous homeowners.
Fuck that, you idiots. Finders keepers, dumb shits. So they say they were really freaking shiny, but I'm a born skeptic. Probably wasn't even the previous homeowners. They were just like, oh yeah, darn, we forgot those. Fuck. You know, that's... God damn it, that's what I forgot to do. Fuck. You know what, hold on. Now I gotta go back to that village because I left my bed up there. God bless it. There we go. I gotta screenshot that. Hold on. Oh, that's fucking cool.
I am the last surviving member of the Madison family who once owned the house and I grew up in it.
I didn't know someone.
I would like to pass on a brief history of the family, tell you about the secret rooms, and a few things you may not have been told when you bought the house. Yeah, the panel slides up to reveal the secret compartment.
Oh, it's heavy. Hang on.
Oh my... What? You have got to be kidding me.
Oh, this is cool. It's a village on a little... So you can dig some underground homes and shit. I'm gonna have to... Underground tunnels that lead underneath... From underneath here. Share is starting at...
Gotta check this out. In the small room. Hidden door. Fully, basically finished. Gotta check this out. In the small room. Hidden door. Fully, basically finished. Gotta check this out. In the small room. Hidden door.
Oh, okay.
Fully, basically finished. Gotta check.
This is so fucking ridiculous.
Think about the best night's sleep you ever had. How effortless it was to fall asleep and stay asleep. At Tempur-Pedic,
Get the fuck out of here with
Hi
your
everybody, this
damn
is Nate
ass.
from the Kramer Life. 2 years ago, my wife and I purchased this 60-acre property in East Tennessee, and on this property is a 1930s farmhouse that we have been renovating over these last 2 years. Just recently, we made a big decision in that we're going to be removing the floor out of the farmhouse and put a brand new one in. So that meant that we had to remove some interior walls and remove a bunch of stuff along the exterior walls. And so that's where this video comes into play. We were about to remove bookshelves and the fireplace mantle, and we came across something very unexpected, something that we had no idea existed in the house, despite being here for 2 years.
I feel like it's caught on the bottom.
Yeah, but there's another screw that I'm missing.
Or it's just really wedged on there.
I have a feeling behind here, there's a screw going through. So I have to figure out how to get these things out.
Well, I think it's glued and...
Are we worried about keeping them? No?
No, I don't like them. I was going to paint them if we kept it, but... Just cheap paint marble.
You fucking bitches.
Putting it in place, and as we were kind of shuffling it back and forth, compartment. So what's really interesting is that the top shelf outward, because it looked like it was just in place with the trim. You couldn't even tell. Kind of cool. So, any of these walls, like an envelope of cash or something. There's nothing. Nothing at all, unfortunately. But still cool that there was this little hidden door there. Over these last 2 years, we've had pretty that maybe something were falling down there because you couldn't reach anything once the mantle was on. But unfortunately, nothing in the voids.
Oh, you motherfucker. Oh, what? He knocked down what?
Hi, everybody. This is Nate from the Kramer Life. 2 years.
Tired Hidden City?
Now, I love a good nosebout in other people's houses, don't you? That hundreds of years have been concealed, even from the resident. From an entire flipping underground city to an ancient medieval well, here are 20 creepy things. Flipping underground city to an ancient medieval well, here are 20 creepy things found hidden in people's homes. Number 20. Man knocks down a wall in his house and uncovers an entire hidden city. Now, this story seems like the beginning of a children's magical adventure tale, but it is for real. It's going to blow your mind. A man would be carrying out standard sorts of building works on his house to add on an extension when he had the surprise of his life. He knocked a hole in a wall and discovered an entire hidden underground city beneath his home. No kidding! As he peered into the room he had discovered beneath his home, the man decided to take a closer look. With certain trepidation, he ventured into the narrow, dark space, and it would be then that he realized that this was not a cellar as he had imagined, but rather a kind of corridor, which seemed to lead into another space. As he peered through the darkness, it began to dawn on him that there were many rooms, many spaces, corridors, and chambers. This was certainly much bigger than just the space beneath his house. That's when he decided to alert the local archaeologists, and they came in their hundreds. This was an extraordinary unearthing that was soon to be considered one of the most significant archaeological discoveries ever. It turns out that it was the lost city of Derinkuyu, so concealed that people believed it may have been a myth after all. But there it was, a whole ancient metropolis from the 7th and 8th centuries BC, just below the surface the entire time. Before we go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now, or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping. Number 19. Woman finds an entire apartment behind her bathroom mirror. Well, TikTok is a generally useless and irritating modern invention, but apparently it gave this young woman an opportunity to broadcast an interesting discovery that she made in her apartment. Naturally, it went viral and became news, as these things are wont to do, so here we are telling you about it again. The young woman in question is named Samantha Hartz, and she lives in an apartment in New York City. She found out that her apartment was always cold, no matter what she did, so she began investigating, and then discovered it was especially chilly in the bathroom. In fact, there was cold air seemingly blasting in through anywhere that there was a gap, and that's when she decided to get all Nancy Drew about it and poke about a bit more. And she found that the mirror in the bathroom moved when she touched it. Dun, dun, dun. So, as this is TikTok and it's all about the clickety-clicks, she left people in suspense and left the next bit of the adventure as part 2. Yes, our lives are now serialized on the interwebs. What she finally revealed in the next video was that there was indeed a hole through which the chilliness was blowing, and suddenly the camera shows the source of the cold. It's a whole room behind the mirror. So she does exactly what the horror movies would tell you not to do. I mean, have you ever even seen Candyman? And that's when she climbs through. There is, kind of not surprisingly, given the fact that it is an apartment building after all, another apartment on the other side of the mirror. And that's about it. There's only trash inside, so it's not exactly a thrill ride, and that is all. The woman discovers another apartment next to her own apartment. It's really not the most exciting thing, is it? Number 18. Woman's deathbed revelation leads nephew to hidden painting, which may be a lost Picasso. When Jenny Verastro was dying, she had told her nephew, a man by the name of Carl Sabatino, that he should go and look under the sewing machine in her home on Staten Island. That's intriguing. Well, old Carl was intrigued, and he headed off to take a look for himself. And what he discovered would be a painting that had allegedly been bought by his uncle in London back during the Second World War. The painting depicts a woman wearing a fuzzy hat that Carl remembered had been hanging on the wall of his aunt's home when he had visited as a child. So when he noticed that it had the signature of Picasso, Carl began investigating the painting.
Blast through levels in non-stop, fast-paced action. Defeat aliens to unlock...
It turned out to be a recreation of Picasso's Woman with a Cape, which was on display at the Cleveland Museum. One New York auction house took a look at the painting and dismissed it immediately as a cheap knockoff, but Carl was not deterred and looked into Picasso's history in the pre-war years of France. He found out that the artist had been
Hi everybody, this is Nate from the Kramer Life.
Oh, I remember that one.
Girl discovers a secret direction. He told her that the hidden door was in her bedroom and suggested that they take the map there to get a better look. placed something of value inside. Of course, his daughter agreed. The excited little girl spread her arms in the air and said, "There might be lots of treasure and lots of money." She also speculated that there could be as much as $150,000 on the other side of the wall. So her father got to work right away. Tapping pointed to what appeared to be some sort of tiny treasure box for 7 years. As Kay searched through
lair. However, the truth...
I'm Jesse Joseph.
And I'm Ray Parisi. We travel the world.
GottaGetOnline.com/LiveWire.
An editor for Playboy was digging around the office for old pictures and made an interesting discovery. In the 70s and 80s, 4 actors had secret underground tunnels directly from their homes to the Playboy Mansion. Jack Nicholson, James Caan, Warren Beatty, and Kirk Douglas.
I can say like,
Playboy
comment,
editor came
subscribe.
across photos from 1977 that showed a large excavation project at the mansion. After doing some research, he found blueprints for the tunnels that led to these guys' homes, which were all pretty close to the mansion. They don't exist anymore. They were closed in 1989, the same year Hugh Hefner married playmate Kimberly Conrad. Hefner didn't want to talk about the tunnels, and reps for Nicholson, Caan, Douglas, and Beatty wouldn't comment either.
There's creeping, and there's dig a tunnel to the Playboy Mansion creeping.
Yeah, I mean, people brag about going to the Playboy Mansion and partying and having fun there. You can't brag. You got that. When you got the tunnel,
dang,
that is next level.
The dollar
bill,
I
went to a party there. Yeah, that's great. I got a tunnel.
Honey, would you come in the foyer real quick? It was really funny. I just moved aside the bookshelf because I was going to do some painting, and I'll be damned if I didn't find a tunnel leading to the Playboy Mansion.
Oh, son.
GottaGetOnline.com. GottaGetOnline.com.
Oh, this guy, I remember this.
Make your mark. As
The hotel industry is a wild experience that helps you understand how disconnected the wild and wealthy are. I've seen the darker side. The hotel industry is a wild experience that helps you understand how disconnected the wild and wealthy are. I've seen the darker side of humanity: suicides, murders, spousal abuse, human trafficking. That shit stays with you for a long time. One weekend, a large group of around 60-ish people, they wanted to purchase out the entire hotel so they could just turn it into a giant orgy. But the cost of that property was upwards of $250,000 for 2 nights at a time. That says you've got money to spend. They left a nightmare room. 2 nights at a time? That says you've got money to spend. They left a nightmare room. Blood, feces, semen stains. One of my bellboys came up and was like, "I've got a black light, I'm curious." We turned it on, and I remember we looked down and saw the stains, we looked to the side and saw them on the wall. At one point in the bathroom, we looked up and saw them all on the ceiling, and we were just like, how do you do this? This is not human. Were you on the ceiling?
It's not that hard to figure out. They put it up there.
I worked as an operations manager for around 10 plus years. I've worked in hotels where the average daily rate is anywhere from like $99 and then all the way up to boutique properties where the average cost is around $1,400 per night. In general, the higher up the price value, the more common it is to be treated like you're less than human. People who are coming to visit you, famous pop stars, Russian oligarchs, they have a private plane that they get in a private vehicle with all tinted drop-down windows. Sometimes they have security So if they approach the desk, they are the only thing that exists to you in that moment. And that's what they came to expect from that level of entering a luxury hotel. Most people who visit boutique hotels are not coming for business. They're there for pleasure. There was a group of fabulously wealthy individuals. You can definitely get a sense of how much wealth they actually have when they're talking about things like buying a fleet of Boeings in the lot casually. They would buy out this entire property. They were spending as much as a luxury wedding. And it's basically a giant swingers orgy. You'd have people having sex in the pool, people laying on our wine bars naked, a couple having sex on a balcony in plain view. So you're looking up at it, quite an angle. And every single room would have a different theme and a safe word posted outside of the door. The one that stands out to me was there's a mermaid-themed room. It was actually kind of impressive, the details they went, so it's very like under the sea vibe. There was the Wild West room. There was the straight-up BDSM room. One couple we had to talk to while they were naked. They would purposely wait to start having sex until housekeeping wanted to clean the room. They wanted somebody to watch. The day after they had all departed, I got a call from housekeeping saying that one of the showers was busted, and I go take a look at it, and they had hacksawed off the actual shower piece, the shower head, and attached a 4-foot-long anal probe hose to it, with multiple settings on the other end. And that was as disgusting as you can imagine. After all of the drama and mental scarring that we put up with for this orgy buyout group, probably between about 30 staff, I want to say we made $20 in tips. I found myself on more $20 orgy buyout group, probably between about 30 staff, I want to say we made $20 in tips. I found myself on more than one occasion getting stuck in awkward situations between husbands, their lovers, and then the actual wife. The worst case scenario was husband and wife shared credit cards naturally, and she started seeing the hotel show up on the books, and she stormed in and like slammed bank statements down. It's like, I know my husband's here, you guys are lying to me, we have to just say, you know, I'm so sorry, we don't have anyone here by his name, and meanwhile, we could literally hear them having sex upstairs. Apparently she didn't notice the sounds were familiar to her, which might be a sad statement on their marriage, actually.
Yeah.
The problem with working with the often assume that the staff is there at their beck and call regardless of what the request is. It was really common for the high rollers to approach attractive staff members and essentially just ask them, hey, if I pay you X amount of dollars, will you meet me in my room later tonight and knock my brains out? That's a quote from someone, sadly. We had a very busty, gorgeous front desk woman at one hotel, and someone came down and offered her quite a bit of money in front of management. And at the moment, she naturally declined. I have security cameras in all the halls, and seeing that person sneak out around 2 a.m. was definitely a little suspicious. The most shocking example was an incident where the wedding was around 2 p.m.-ish that day. Come nightfall, one of our event staff slept with the wife and ended up getting caught. It turned into quite a big deal with screaming and shouting and all this stuff. He hid in a bathroom in a supply closet until the heat died down, and then he just walked into the front office and walked out like nothing ever happened. His mom happened to be in charge of events, so she made sure he didn't get terminated. The demographics of the staff who work at hotels are usually pretty evenly split. If you're an attractive white person who speaks English quite well, you're probably going to be reservations, front desk, something visual. If you're not of that ethnicity, just because they have an accent and that might not present well to your guests, your most likely bet is that you're going to get placed in housekeeping. If you're working at a decent property, you could probably get $10 to $15 an hour as a front desk host. If you're housekeeping, you're maybe getting 9 to 10. It was wildly unfair. We were actually advised to handle our housekeeping teams under the concept of divide and conquer, telling them, you know, oh, well, so-and-so's team's much better than yours, you should really try to keep up with the Mexican team. It creates that toxic environment. This prevented the entire housekeeping team from uniting together and presenting concerns, and I saw that kind of model in multiple hotels. In retrospect, I can safely say that the hours they made me work, the wild situations you'd run into, it's a miracle that I never got in a really bad car accident commuting. It slowly burns you out in a way that you can't explain until you're out of it. You just kind of know something's wrong and you're like, the biggest thing that the public doesn't understand about the hotel industry is that there are wild things happening behind closed doors every single day. So obviously wealthy individuals are wild. Everything happens behind closed doors at hotels.
Vice is a cool channel. We're gonna make ourselves a little hut. If this fucks up, well, you know what? If it fucks up, I'm gonna copy and paste first.
This is a very intense heat.
Being in the bathhouse is hot. 200-degree ovens. What do you expect? Super hot. Like on fire.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you can see right now, there's a lot of construction going on. It's super stressful. You know what I could really use? It's a trip to the bathhouse. And not just any bathhouse, but the Russian bathhouse, also known as the Banya. Here we have Brooklyn Banya, which has many low ratings.
Outright rude or aggressive?
The Whirlpool had pubic hair flares. Ugh.
Came into the female dressing room, found a cat living. I contracted MRSA after a visit to Brooklyn Banya in March.
Oh, this is cool though.
Hey, YouTube ads? You need this comic strip.
Yeah.
I feel like I just found a Google cheat
I
code.
kind of like these ads though that are against it.
So today, I'm gonna kind of serve as the one-star ambassador, and I'm gonna, you know, head to Russia and try to smooth things over. But in Brooklyn, if you know what I mean. A life-threatening bacterial infection is not my idea of relaxation, so I kept on reading the reviews to get more information on the matter, only to find that the owner is pretty active on the review site and replies to most, if not all, of the reviews. Seeing how the owner replies to the critics has me nervous about confronting her, but it'll still be a good time, I would imagine. They actually open at 11 a.m. Right now it's 11:03 a.m. We're gonna start a Banya clock. Hey, do you know how to get in the Banya? You get food? Nah, I'm just attending it. But now it's starting to rain. Hi, this is Cassie. Oh, yeah, no problem at all. That's totally fine. I'll see you soon. Thank you. Oh, hello. I think she's here. How's it going? Hi, I'm Taji from Vice. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Thanks so much for having us. We're so excited.
Anybody wants to read the magazine?
Banya Weekly? I asked if it was Banya Weekly. Or no? Probably not. Okay. It's a cute cat.
Found a cat living there with everything that comes with it.
Good thing I'm not too allergic. Although a little allergic.
Okay, we're ready.
Pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Maybe I should throw you out.
Was that a Banya joke?
No.
After Alona and I warmed up, I asked her about the Banya world in New York.
I was the first woman-owned Banya in the history of the world. I was very young. Prostitution, spread of AIDS at that time was big, so they decided to just shut them down. I single-handedly overturned the ban,
And why was this specific kind of bathhouse banned in Vic?
I just explained, yeah.
Got it.
Okay.
Do you want to maybe just tell me about these hats?
The Banya hat keeps your brain
5700.
from overheating. Do you want to be a
55,
froggy,
3700.
a Viking, a donkey? Any preference? It's really not that serious. Pick a hat. Close your eyes and pick one. You're done. There is no going back now.
Here, meet the frog here.
Yeah, you try that other green one on? Not to be a pain in the ass.
You can't help yourself.
I'm just curious.
Enjoy.
Yes. This is the one.
We have the platska, which is the traditional Russian procedure where they take a bunch of oak leaves and they whip you with it. I'll have my customers beat you.
Having met Alona, it was now time to go and see what the Banya had to offer.
This is the communal space. Enjoy.
Alright, well...
Come. I feel like I have a child in the Banya.
Alona then grabbed my hand and gave me a full tour of the facility.
Rinse off first. Mommy's not here today.
You're the Banya mommy.
I'm a little young to be your Banya mommy. Before I drown you in the pool myself. This room is 200 degrees.
Holy shit. How long's it been? Only 5 minutes.
Now you're going to follow me.
To be your perspective that really brings the personality to the doll.
For me, these girls is way more than just sexual. Now you're taking on the responsibility of taking care of a piece of you.
How's it going? Companionship. It's a beautiful thing. It can result in endless benefits on the well-being. It can help you not just focus on yourself, but potentially even learn to become a better person. To get the full value of joy, you must have someone to divide it with. You don't need someone to complete you. You only need someone to accept you completely. I want to be your favorite hello and your hardest goodbye. You can say that again. So, why continue alone? Why keep pushing forward in this dark, endless abyss of life on my own? I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna find a companion. Companionship. Here I come.
Oh, fuck this. I'm going out of here.
So, on this episode, I will be bonding with a sex doll. sex doll. I'm heading to a sex doll factory. I'm gonna meet with a man by the name of Rick. But first I'm gonna stop by a party supply store to grab a disguise to help protect Rick's identity. Alright.
Hey, Taji.
Hey, Rick, how's it going?
Good. Very nice to meet you.
Very nice to meet you. Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah, thanks,
I
man.
really appreciate it. Whoa, see already some vaginas.
Yeah, vaginas are normal course of business.
Totally.
So we have a couple models on display today. It's really a different strokes for different folks kind of thing when it comes to sex dolls. I guess the first lady I'd like to introduce you to is Jessica. So Jessica here is modeled to have nice large breasts.
Yeah, they almost feel like, almost like Jello.
Yeah, almost like Jello.
You like Jello?
I love Jello.
Me too.
Yeah.
Wow.
So next here we have Tori. So Tori here will have a mouth, and that can be used to receive a penis.
Oh yeah.
Nikki is actually a robot, so what you're able to do with her is basically have some verbal communication.
Do you have any questions?
Would you like to form a bond with me?
I don't care.
And does the dick come off, or it's like, it's a removable? Whoa.
It's a pounded dick right there.
So this is 1 pound. Does it double as a woman as well if you take this out, or not really?
It doesn't, but what we can do is we can take one of these female dolls and put a dick on them.
Wow.
So this is what's called a removable vagina.
Got it. Yeah, sorry, I got a little sidetracked on the removable vagina. But, yeah, sorry, just more about my mission. Is kind of just to further understand just how one can, like, actually bond with one of these.
So when it comes to sex dolls and the bond that you're going to try and form with the doll, it's all going to come down to you. Because what you're going to find with the dolls is they have a persona, they have a face, some of them will talk, but it's going to be your perspective that really brings the personality to the doll.
These dolls were clearly much more about companionship than I had originally imagined, but now it was time to put it all to the test. Rick thought that Monique would be a great match for me, and in order to maximize my chances of forming a bond with her, he allowed me to customize her to my liking. Rick then put all my supplies into a bag and sent me on my way.
Are you sure you don't want to loot for the road, just in case?
Maybe next time. Lube would not be necessary for the mission I was on. Now bonding, that was a whole different story. Getting close with a lifeless object was going to prove harder than Rick had made it out to see. So how's it going, Monique? So I don't know if I told you, Monique, but I'm on this mission, basically, to become a better man. So, you know, I'm hoping we can hit it off and connect, and in the end, perhaps become a better person. So Monique was not much of a talker. I guess I should have figured that with this sort of relationship. Learning to love Monique was one thing, but her inability to walk was the biggest issue in our relationship so far. Fuck. So far, this has been proving to be quite difficult. She's extremely heavy, and I don't see this bonding really working yet. Fuck. Ah, fuck.
Online, I'm back. Immerses you in a universe.
Who was I kidding? I didn't know how to love this woman.
I don't want to watch that shit. Diddy parties. Oh, this is gonna be fucking
really weird. I think the worst, I was in like a 50-person orgy. So there were about 30 people on like a bunch of matches that we pushed together in the middle. There were, probably another 20 people around the edge, and at the end of that kind of experience, you don't really know like who you've had sex with, what they look like, you don't know anyone's name.
Okay, I need a shovel.
So the swinger lifestyle is basically having sex with someone who is not your primary partner. That can be with your partner, that can be away from a partner, it can be at parties, it can be there's a whole range of stuff in the lifestyle. There are parties that are very cisgender and heteronormative. There are parties that are very kink heavy, and there are queer parties as well. If you walk into kind of one of those parties, you won't see a lot of kind of conventionally unattractive people. And what's quite sad is those people get kind of filtered out generally. You'll see much older men bringing these incredibly attractive women who turn out to be escorts because they won't let in if they turn up as a single man. A lot of the straight parties are very white, very thin, very young, and very blonde as well. I would say generally if you're black or Asian, you don't see as many people there. There's definitely sexualization, for sure. I've seen, like, these really stacked dudes with these Asian tiny girlfriends, and they'll be on leads, and, like, I witnessed two guys who look like that, literally swapping leads for the women. I don't know whether those men were into that or not, but it felt quite weird. So, in terms of joining the orgy, there's, like, various levels of etiquette. I think what's most important is you make eye contact with someone in the orgy. They normally wave you in. Solo ranking is a general no-go at any party. Solo ranking is someone who generally presents as male, and they're normally standing in a space, watching people wanking without their consent, and they're normally trying to make eye contact with you. And basically what they're doing is trying to participate in a scene that they weren't necessarily invited into. There are parties for specific things. There is a party which is a really long hot boys party, and it's a ratio of 6 men to 1 woman. There's female domination ones. In London, a lot of the parties have staff who will watch out for rule breaks, they'll monitor orgies, which I'm sure is not particularly a fun job, and anytime they see behaviour that's not okay, they'll normally call someone out and probably ban them from ever coming to the pub again. So the old, like, keys in the ditch stuff definitely still happens. I think generally the more provincial the city, the kind of sounds really bad, like the worse the selection criteria. So I think some really weird parties. I think the worst I ever go to was in Birmingham. I had an itch and looked stuff up online and ended up going to this club run by this couple, lovely, very nice. And the club I thought had hostesses, and actually what it was 20 men surrounding 2 paid hookers on like a massive ottoman and all this fucking hair. There is a whole space in Britain for old swingers. There's like cruises, there's whole resorts in Mexico. Since being on the lifestyle, my sexual boundaries have shifted quite a lot. I have kind of ceased to be shocked by pretty much any sexual behaviour. Like, I have friends who are into like display. I have friends who, are into like urethral sounding and medical stuff. Okay, so urethral sounding is taking a rod and inserting it inside the penis. And to me that's pretty extreme, but like they're living their best life. I think it's really hard to balance like emotional and physical boundaries with the lifestyle. I think what can end up happening is you or the partner that you're with, if you're singing together, can end up being so driven and obsessed by like new sex and new ways to have sex and new people to have sex with that you like lose touch with the emotion that you two have together. I think the single lifestyle can be open to coercive and abusive relationships. I have been in one that was centered around swinging. In hindsight, the only reason
I forgot I could copy and paste.
because I enabled that person access to the swinging lifestyle. And it was very demeaning and very difficult. It evolved into an unwanted
get over that, gosh damn it.
dynamic of sex. It was way too much, and like I wasn't allowed to play with anyone who wasn't someone that he found attractive and female. I think when you're very sexually open, you see it as, oh, my partner wants this, like, that's chill, I'm chill with this. but in reality, it's like a loss of control over time. I've definitely seen things that make me really uncomfortable at swing parties. I was actually in an orgy pile a few years ago, and there was a woman underneath me who I've been playing with, and we finished playing, and her male partner was next to her playing someone else, and like I could tell that she was super uncomfortable, that she didn't want him to be playing with this other person, she wanted to stop. There's also a lot of pressure to perform. So, you know, if you go to a party and it's a really exclusive one and the tickets were like £200 per person, for example, and you don't have sex with someone, and your male partner's paid for the whole thing, you'll feel a certain type of way, you'll feel, you know, like you let them down or whatever. So you end up in these situations where you're kind of having sex with people who don't necessarily want to have sex with people to like justify the ticket price. A lot of people are sexually open and they kind of want to believe that a lot of what's happening to them is consensual. And to be clear, a lot of it is. A lot of it is people having a great time expressing themselves. But if you want to go to the police about something, for example, I haven't really heard about anyone doing that because, you know, if you're in the last one where you don't want to shut the club down, there are some clubs that ban people a lot, and it's great. There are other clubs where I have emailed organisers and said this person was abusive to me and they're not a safe person, and not even to ban them. I said, like, if they're coming to your next party, like, the tickets will let me know when I won't come. And they said, oh, we don't get involved in domestics. I would say generally they're kind of striker clubs. Take it less seriously, and it's really sad. And the kinkier and queer clubs, and again, those people in the lifestyle who really care about consent, they will ban people quite quickly. There are definitely people who join the community for bad reasons, for sure. You know, I think if you are sexually sadistic, you get off specifically on humiliating women, or you specifically get off
You fucking idiots.
in a way
God
that they don't
damn
enjoy.
you.
It's a space where a lot of people convince themselves to okay with things in their life.
Are you afraid of story?
The best way to...
Really weird values. I think that every day the fossil fuel industry
I'm a crime scene cleaner. You just never know what you're gonna walk into. I've seen a lot of stabbings, shootings, machete attacks, assaults. It's blood on the streets. I have found drugs that the police missed. One time, my coworkers were shot at a meth job cleaning. We ended up doing a house where the man had been a serial killer. It was so grimy. The movie Saw, there are cameras everywhere. We also do hoarders. I've seen shit, piss, maggot, decomp in every possible area you could think of. Nothing surprises me anymore. A little bit of semen in a jug, it's nothing. I see that and I say at least it's contained. In a jug, it's nothing. I see that and I say at least it's contained. I experienced a lot of loss and death when I was a child, so it always made me curious about death. I don't know what the scene looks like until I get there. I receive a call, I get an address, and I go to that address. I would describe it as unpredictable. Always be prepared for the worst, even if it's a 15-minute cleanup. The first time I saw a ton of brain, I was shocked. I was going to say, when you go to clean brain, it mushes into the ground. It doesn't just come off. You kind of have to pick up every little piece before you start scrubbing, because it's almost like a mucusy type of texture. This woman fell and hit her head and died from head trauma. When she started decomposing, her cat started eating her brains, and the cat ended up dying. There was actually still cat food in the cat dish, so the cat preferred its humans' brains over actual cat food.
You know, motherfucker.
When you're dealing with surviving victims, it's often the worst point in time in their life. A man at a job that I did, his house flooded, and he had just finished fixing up his house using his life savings. I think that was it for him. He put Bible outside and went into his little hobby room and shot himself. When I got there, I think that was it for him. He burnt his Bible outside and went into his little hobby room and shot himself. When I got there, the wife was in shock. She took me over to where the Bible was burnt and just looked at me and said, he just overreacted. I basically had to pull up all the carpeting and clean the subfloor and do content cleaning because it spatters everywhere. I thought I would get better with dealing with surviving victims, but I never get any better. I stay the same. This job actually nearly gave me a breakdown. We got on scene, all the windows were broken, the door was broken down, there was glass everywhere. Apparently the stepfather, he shot his wife, and then he shot his sister-in-law, and then he sat down on the side of his wife and he shot himself. I did my job and I cried all the way home, but this was different. This one was like crying spells, anger. I get really irritable, and I'm not really able to do anything else except for my job. One time, my coworkers were shot at a meth job cleaning. They showed up at this trailer that needed to be cleaned, and there was a man who was cooking meth. He wasn't supposed to be there, but when they got there, they basically told him he needed to leave or else they'd call the police. The guy said, if I had a gun right now, I would shoot you. He left, and my coworkers got started. All of a sudden they heard something and they didn't really think anything of it, but when they went to go leave later on, there were fresh bullet holes all on the side of the trailer that they had just been working in. He went to his vehicle, grabbed the gun, and shot out of anger. It doesn't seem like he was really trying to shoot them. He probably could have if he wanted to. I have found drugs that the police missed. It happens a lot when we're on scene and we...
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. bitch's house. I'm gonna put her in the goddamn hospital, that dumbass. Come on, guys. Oh, you know, ah, you fucker. Go in here, Jack.
We'll find either a shell casing that the police missed, or a bag of meth, cocaine, marijuana, you name it. And now that I've found it, it is compromised because it could have been mine. It could have been somebody else's that walked by. It's not all homicides and suicide. There was this one guy that had been cooking meth in a really high-end apartment complex. He had a ton of money, nice cars, nice equipment in his house, and he had been cooking meth, took off before the police found his meth lab. He was also shooting porn in his apartment, so entering this apartment, you could smell a really strong smell of cinnamon, and everything was slippery. Everything on the floors, the walls, the couches, everything had cinnamon-flavored weed all over it. There was so much of it that we actually had to pull up the laminate floor because it made it through. He was actually saving his own semen. He had 2 containers full of semen. It was really gross. We also ended up doing a house where the man had been a serial killer. It was so grimy. Think of the movie Saw. That room that they're stuck in, it reminded me of that. That's what his bathroom reminded me of. There were cameras installed in the home. Facing every direction, in every single hallway, there was a camera facing you. So I cleaned this guy's bathroom, and I couldn't help but think he was getting ready in here, looking at himself in the mirror before he went and did all these really screwed up things to people. And it's a really dark, cold feeling that you get over you. I definitely see the world differently. There are dangers everywhere. I would love to say that this job makes me more empathetic and more passionate, but it doesn't. I think it desensitized me. I'm more concerned with my own mental health now, because how am I supposed to do this job if I just fall apart?
You could spend your time looking for the perfect side hustle, or you...
Check out this free extension that recovers ocean-bound plastic when you search the web or open a new tab. I downloaded it about...
Despite my morbid nature as a child, there's nothing that can prepare me for seeing someone butterflies open. I've done a whole plethora of criminal cases. I've done everything from women who have been dismembered, torn apart, stabbed, dealt with cases of fathers taking their gun on their children and the family pretty much any crime you can imagine, just about seeing. When you die, your body immediately begins to decompose. The smell is indescribable. If you've ever seen a dead animal that's really decomposed, it's pretty much the same thing. Most people have never smelled decomposition before, and once you do, it's something you can never truly forget. Seeing the victims makes you think to yourself, they were alive once, they faced trauma, they had lives, all of it gone now, they sit on the table in front of you. All of it gone, you can never truly forget. Seeing the victims makes you think to yourself, they were alive once, they faced trauma, they had lives, all of it gone now, lives, all of it gone now, they sit on the table in front of you. I work at a coroner's office that doubles as a crime laboratory. As an autopsy technician, I'm eviscerating organs. I will remove their throat, remove their brain using a scalpel, a bone saw, and a T-tool. I hand them off to a doctor, who will then dissect them and find out the cause of death. I definitely like the aspect of helping to bring justice to victims of murder and other horrific crimes. There was one case where a female had been stabbed to death by a man, and while doing evidence, I had found underneath her fingernail the possible fingernail of her attacker as well as some dead skin. It was the very aha moment of, this doesn't belong to her. We had gotten something that potentially gave this woman justice. You're gonna see and do a lot of horrible things. I once went to a very rundown $30 a night kind of stay hotel. Someone had reported a horrifying stench in one of the rooms adjacent to them, and sure enough, the police found a very large decedent stuck to the ground, having been dead for probably months at this point. The decedent has thousands of maggots and other insects crawling in and out of their body, and making new holes right in front of you. Their skin wriggles. They almost seem alive. We did have to cut off their skin wriggles. They almost seem alive. We did have to cut off a large portion of their carpet in order to transport him out of the building. There was just no way we could physically get him to move without ripping off all what's left of his skin to the carpet, which is leaving behind potential evidence. We brought him back, almost immediately did an autopsy on him. He definitely had died from a drug overdose. There are some bad diseases that can potentially mess you up while you're doing an autopsy. There was one case where we didn't have much medical history on the decedent. When I opened up the decedent's skull cap, I saw a large chunk of veins were this dark greenish color. Lo and behold, meningitis right there on the brain. I've been overwhelmed on plenty of occasions. Once, while retrieving a body from a rack that was taller than I was, I had gone to pull it out, and all the liquid in the decedent had soaked through the bag. I got splashed from about neck down, covered in blood, and all I was wearing was like typical nurse scrubs you'd see. And just a feeling of cold blood all over me and some giblets of fat that were on me. I immediately got sick to my stomach. I didn't vomit, but like just feeling it all over my skin and the realization that this guy is on me made me nauseous, and I ran to the bathroom, tracking blood everywhere, and took a shower, and that was the longest shower I've ever taken. When we're doing autopsies, we play music through a speaker. That's one way to kind of disconnect yourself from the person you're about to cut open. we do try to keep a lighthearted mood. I remember specifically turning around to my manager who was in the suite and saying, "You're not going to believe what I just found in this guy's butt." I found 3 sex toys on decedents, 2 male, 1 female. The men both had dildos in their rectums as well as women's undergarments. And the female actually had a vibrator in her stomach, of all places. I guess she had swallowed it, but yep, it was there. It was just a giggle for a moment, and we proceeded on with our jobs. It does kind of chip away at you a little bit when you're doing this kind of job. It makes me scared for the future, because there are some truly evil people out there, and they look like everyone. You can never tell when someone's evil. Even if someone died for an innocent reason, it's not natural to see them butterflied open, rib chest plate open, all their organs out of their body. It's just not natural. It's something that impacts your mind, no matter how strong you are. Death is one of the biggest taboos for most people. We're all barreling towards this inevitable demise. The death industry is a very important industry because it deals with the thing that nobody wants to deal with.
It's so sad.
Revelation chapter 12 and Isaiah 13 is where I want to go this morning. How many of you did your homework? Class, I gave you a homework assignment. Who remembers what it was? Cubby did. Yeah, Isaiah 13. Well, good for y'all. Let me open up Revelation 12. I'll read all of it in the context that it's in. Again, in Revelation 12, verse 1, and there appeared a great wonder in heaven. And again, all of this together leads me to believe that this is Jerusalem above. And I'm going to add something to it here in just a minute. There appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. She, being with child, cried, travailing in birth and pained to be delivered. And we're dealing with this issue of the travailing woman. We noted in 1 Thessalonians 5, right after Paul mentions that teaching, that doctrine about the rapture, when we're all caught up into heaven to be with the Lord in the air, he then immediately goes into chapter 5, talking about the times and the seasons. There's no need for me to write to you because you know this is going to happen as they're going to say peace and safety, and sudden destruction comes upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. He then goes on to explain that we are children of the day, not of the night, so that day will not overtake us as a thief. It won't do it. And so, there we go. And then we mentioned Ichabod, and his mother was the wife of Phinehas, one of the wicked sons of Eli the priest, and how when Ichabod was born, Ichabod is a type of the Antichrist, and the Antichrist coming to this world is going to signal to the world that the glory of God is departed from this world, and that's why he's called Ichabod. And so now in Isaiah chapter 13, if you have your Bible turned there, that'd be nice, it'd be great. Let me say something else too, and we'll probably catch this as we're studying this woman in travail. But I've been teaching for a long time that when you're looking at symbolism in the Bible, various things represent various other things, and they are how God tells us the story. That way, he can, to those of us who believe his word, we know the interpretation like of parables. Jesus taught the parable of the seed and the sower, and everybody's sitting around and they're going, "Wow, that's a great story, Jesus. Wow." They don't get it. They don't understand it. So when his disciples are alone with him, they're going, "Okay, we don't get that story. What's up with that?" And Jesus said, "I'm going to teach you the interpretation of it so that you'll know it." They who don't believe the word anyway, they'll never know it. Even though it's right here in front of them, they'll never get it. You, however, you're going to understand it. I'm going to teach you this parable, and I'm going to teach you how to understand all parables and all of these stories in the Bible. And so then he begins to tell them, hey, the seed is the word of God, and so on and so on. Well, when we have a woman in the Bible, she is going to represent one of two things. Either a glorious, beautiful, unspotted bride of Jesus Christ, meaning that she is going to represent like churches that are right with God, churches that are following the Word of God. Bethel Church is, I believe, one of those churches, but we're not the only church that is following the Word of God. There are countless others throughout history, and even now there are churches and church people following the Word of God. So when you mention certain women in the Bible, like Sarah, she's a type of that good church. She is the one who brings forth the child of promise. She also is the old man, wherein the new man lives inside of her in the form of Isaac. But then you have other women that are evil women. And they don't represent Jerusalem above. They represent Babylon below. Babylon, whose words and her ways lead down to hell. Jerusalem above will always lead us to heaven. But Babylon will always lead people down to hell. She's the strange woman that you find in the book of Proverbs. She is represented by various women in the Bible: Jezebel, Herodias, Sapphira, the wife of Ananias, and so on. And she will be represented that way. And so pay attention as you're reading the scriptures and you see a woman in a story. I'll give you an example of one. I can't think of the names, but it's in 1 Samuel. No, it's in the book of Judges, where Sisera was this evil king that was trying to take over the Israelites, and the battle was going against him, and he knew he was losing, so he jumped out of his chariot and went on the run, and he ended up going to the tent of this woman. And he goes to her tent and says to her, I'm dying, I'm in need of rest, I'm in need of some help, can you hide me inside? And so she figures out who he is. She lets him in the tent. And if you're familiar with the story, you know what she does. She gives him some warm milk. What does warm milk do? Yeah. She feeds him some warm milk, gets him to sleep, takes a tent peg, sticks it on his head, whammo, and drives that tent peg down through his head into the ground. Way to go, chick. Right? Okay? So think of Sisera. Sisera is a man, right? So Sisera is going to represent the Antichrist. because he has a deadly wound in his head. Who made that wound? Who caused that wound? A woman doing the will of God. So, anytime any one
You're
of
an
us
idiot.
who represent Jesus Christ in our life, anytime that God can use us to bruise the head of our enemy, tell God thank you. Amen? Tell God thank you for that. God didn't have to use us to defeat Satan. He doesn't have to. But he promised that he would. He
Yeah, he
promised
does.
that to Eve in the Garden of Eden after she sinned. After she sinned, he promised her that. The what? Oh, yeah. Anytime you can defeat your enemies. Amen? Amen. I've got a picture to put up on the screen for the church service this morning. I thought it was pretty funny. But anyway, so let's go to Isaiah 13. You understand now, and when I say when you're reading the Bible and you see a woman in travail, and if this woman is like a godly woman or God's going to use her in some way, then think about it. Think about this. And you ladies know this more than us men do. Nothing, how can I say this? The best thing that a woman can do, the greatest gift that God has given to womanhood, is that she is a bearer of life. She is a giver of life. And to bring forth a child into this world, everybody loves it when a child is born. Everybody rejoices. Everybody, pats everybody on the back, and it's a boy, it's a girl, this and that and the other. But you ladies know this more than anybody, that before you can get to the birth, you must travail. That's how it happens. And if you take that,
this is
all
so
of
cool.
you here and online, you'll take that idea and put it down in your heart, that before God does some great thing in your life or through your life, there's going to be travail before that happens. Understand that it's not God being against you. It's God being for you. But the promise that he made to Eve was what? What was it about childbirth? In fact, let's turn there. Genesis chapter 3. That just seems to fit with what I'm telling you. Let's see here. Adam. Okay, verse 16 of Genesis 3. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. And so, when a woman has a child, before the child comes, she is in great sorrow. She's in a lot of pain. She may even wish that she had never gotten pregnant. But I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children. Okay, so we're dealing with an issue that absolutely has a godly lesson for each and every one of us. You don't have to be a woman to know this. You just know that through some of the worst trials that you have ever gone through, God brings forth the greatest blessings at the tail end of that. There is a blessing that is coming. I know
I didn't
it.
know there was the...
I've experienced
Oh, that was
it.
the other one.
I've
That was...
been through it.
The temple was
And I'm
farther
sure
away.
if you were to look back on your life and look at how God has maybe used you for something or something God has done for you, you can clearly see that the thing that God did, there was travail that came before that. And so think about now what is ahead for all of us. we know that one of these days Christ is going to appear in the air at the sound of a trumpet, and when he does, the dead in Christ are going to rise, then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together. That is the greatest thing that lays ahead in our future. However, there must be a time and a season of travail before that takes place. That's
See, what
why.
The fuck?
That's why God told Paul
Each
to
time I
put
just
that
gotta hit that motherfucker.
right after 1 Thessalonians 4, the teaching about the rapture. He told him to put this in chapter 5 about the woman in travail. Okay? Now, but we have another woman in travail. She is here in 1 Samuel, and she is here in Isaiah. If you look at the first verse of Isaiah, chapter 13, the burden of Babylon, which Isaiah, the son of Amos, did see. Now, Babylon is a mother too, isn't she? But what is she the mother of? Huh? Harlots and what else? Mystery. Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth. 13 words. And here we are in Isaiah 13. It's not an accident. Okay? There are no accidents in the Bible. So, she gives birth to things that are abominable, or let's say to a thing that is an abomination. Okay? And that would be the Antichrist. So, look at verse 9. Well, let's see. What do I have on the screen? Verse 6? All right, we'll start with verse 6. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is at hand. It shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. Therefore shall all hands be faint, and every man's heart shall melt. And I'll tell you, there is going to come a time on this earth when men will not be able to stand. They will literally pass out or whatever. They're going to fall because their heart cannot sustain them. Their heart is going to melt with fear. Some people think that they've got stamina and they can stand up to anything. They're not afraid of anything. Well, listen, I guarantee you, God's got something coming that when it comes, every man's heart's going to fail him for fear. And then he says, verse 8, and they shall be afraid, pangs and sorrows shall take hold of them. That's travail. And they shall be in pain as a woman that travaileth. They shall be amazed one at another. Their faces shall be as flames. I wonder what God meant when he said their faces shall be as flames. Actually, I don't really wonder. I think I know what that is. I just don't have the time or the inclination to teach it this morning. But I think I get it. I do. There is a fiery trial coming to this world. A big one. That's all I'm going to say. Verse 9. Behold the day of the Lord. He mentions it again. The day of the Lord is mentioned in verse 6. And we behold the day of the Lord, verse 9, cometh cruel, both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate. And he shall destroy the sinners thereof out of it. So, look at what God is going to do. God is going to eliminate all of the sinners off of this world. And he's going to reign, I believe,
fuck out of here.
1,000 years then.
How do you completely get rid of mining fatigue 3? Bedrock Edition, drinking milk to remove mining fatigue may immediately reapply the effect. In there. Why is it mining fatigue 3 strikes me after I've drinking milk? Where the fuck is the answer? Hold on. Okay, let me see the answer. How many times do you have to drink the milk? How many times do you have to drink the milk to get rid of mining fatigue 3? I'm not doing this shit. 13 days in, I'm not doing it. See, how the fuck? Block within creative mode. Ah, you motherfucker.
Where's that going to happen at? I think it's probable or possible that at the Valley of Megiddo, or the Battle of Armageddon, is where he's going to destroy all the sinners. Look at verse 10. This is something that we have seen multiple times as we've studied the book of Revelation. For the stars of heaven and the constellations thereof shall not give their light. For the sun shall be darkened in its going forth. Oh, we have seen that. Revelation chapter 6, Revelation chapter 8. We've seen it in Matthew chapter 24. We've seen it in Joel chapter 2, Acts chapter 2, and now we're seeing it here again in Isaiah chapter 13. And I believe they're all linked together. The sun shall be darkened in his going forth, and the moon shall not cause her light to shine. Does it interest you that God refers to the sun in the masculine, and he refers to the moon in the feminine? And he always does, all through the Bible, consistently, when God gives personhood to the moon, he's always referencing the moon as a female, as a woman. The sun always represented as a male. Yes, sir. I didn't say that, ladies. He said that. He said it. I didn't say it. He said it. Right. I didn't say that. Philip, down in this room below here, there's a shovel. Go get that for Gary. Well, you're not wrong, okay? You're not wrong. But I don't know if that's ever interested you. But he always refers to the sun as a male. We know the sun represents Christ. And I'll just give you this as a little side note. When witches really... I'm talking about real witches. Those who practice the religion of Wicca. They use certain symbols for their magic. A pentagram is one of them. But if you ever see a bumper sticker and it has a moon on it and 2 crescent moons on each side, that person's a witch. There's no doubt about it. That is their main #1 symbol, is the moon. Okay? And I won't get into all of the things that go into that because it's pretty nasty. All right? But that's just how it's done. I just threw that in there. All right, verse 11. I want to keep reading this because it interests me. And I will punish the world for their evil and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. I will make a man more precious than fine gold, even a man than the golden wedge of Ophir. Verse 13, therefore I will shake the heavens. Now, if you want to make a note in your Bible, next to verse 13, I'd write down Revelation 6. That is with the 6th seal being opened. That is exactly what God is going to do on that day. I will shake the heavens. Now, I was thinking about that the other day. How would you shake outer space? I don't know, but God's going to do it. He's going to shake the heavens and the earth. Think about this now. The earth shall remove out of her place. And to think about that for a minute. Okay? What would it take? What would happen if the entire earth just moved out of its orbit by 1,000th of a degree? What would happen? Huh? Everything in this world would go nuts. The winds would blow everything down. The winds would be into the 1,000 miles an hour winds. There is no hurricane that will ever topple that one. The waves of the sea will crash over the land. The land itself will shake tremendously. Every mountain in the world will be dissolved. And that's exactly what God said he's going to do when Christ returns to reign. He's going to bring every low place high and every high place low. And he's going to make the ground level apparently all over the world. I can't fathom that, but that's, if God removes the earth just a fraction of a degree from its orbit, it would literally destroy every city, every place, everything. And we know God can do it. God did it with rain in Genesis 7. Amen? He can do it, and he'll do it again. This time it's going to be worse, I think. But anyway, that's what he said he's going to do. I want to look in verse 19. Babylon, the glory of kingdoms, the beauty of the Chaldees' excellency, shall be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. Does anybody know where Sodom and Gomorrah is? No. It's because God destroyed it so
I wonder
much.
if it's because it never existed.
There's literally nothing left of it. When he rained fire and brimstone, brimstone is sulfur. And we know that sulfur burns really, really hot. So imagine these great, big, huge balls of sulfur, burning sulfur, falling down upon this city. It would have the effect of turning every stone building into powder. Literally. It would burn it up and nothing left. And that's what God said he's going to do with Babylon. He's going to destroy it. Now there's a lesson here for every one of us. Every one of us has got a little bit of Babylon in us. Amen?
I gotta find out what coordinates go underneath.
She's a rebellious woman. I've got some things I'm going to put up on the screen
58,
this morning.
80.
Some things for you to think of. Strongholds that could be in your life.
58, 80.
Okay? But everybody's got like a little bit of
41,
Babylon in us.
60.
And let's say
58,
that God
80,
is ready
41,
to destroy that out of our lives. When God does it, he'll do it so completely that it'll be like it was never there to begin with. Now, if you don't believe that, I'll remind you of what white blood cells do. When white blood cells find an infection in your body, they cover it completely. They take the infection or the germ or the dirt and they break it up into millions and millions and millions of little bitty pieces. Then the white blood cells consume what they've broken up so completely that when the white blood cells are
You
done,
fucking niggers. We're not doing that shit, goddamn game.
it was never there to begin with.
Fucking
My
niggers.
mom will tell you when I was
Cut your fucking tongue.
going through the change from a boy to a man, I had big zits on my nose all the time. Okay? Can anybody tell that? There's no evidence. And zits basically are just white blood cells doing, because there's oil and dirt in my pores. My point is, you would never know that I had those there. Because once they were gotten rid of, they were gotten rid of completely. And when God gets ready to do something in your life like that and get rid of a little bit of Babylon in you, he'll do it so completely, it'll be like it was never there to begin with. You'll look back years later and wonder, why in the world was I ever like that? Because now I can clearly see.
You might want to tune into JLR tonight because I just seen a screenshot of an explosion in Louisville, Kentucky. I was like, what the heck? So I'm gonna go check it out. But it showed a screenshot of an explosion in Louisville. I'm like, wow. That's crazy though. Love you.
And we are alive. Breaking news, everyone, out of Louisville, Kentucky, there has been a major explosion at a building in the Clifton Heights section of
What the fuck, dude?
Louisville. Looks like the 1900 block of Payne Street. And there's reports that people are trapped and or missing from this large explosion. So this is the scene right now in Louisville, Kentucky. And we're going to try to get an understanding of what happened here, what in the world is going on in Louisville, what is this all about? Apparently, according to media reports, people are trapped and there is a shelter in place in the Clifton Heights section of Louisville. So what is they're saying, folks? Come on in. This is 1901 Payne Street, and this is an aerial footage of the scene, and it looks like it's in Louisville. It looks like it's on the eastern side of Louisville, the far eastern side, near the Ohio River. They call it the Clifton Heights section of Louisville. A massive explosion occurred, and now it's just the rubble. There could be people in there. That's the talk. That's what media is putting out there. So we're going to figure out what's going on. We're going to bring awareness to this situation and see in real time. I'm expecting a press conference or something coming out very, very shortly. Magnolia, if you want to come up in the chat, come on up in the chat too. We'll talk together if you want to come on in. So large building explosion leaves people missing and trapped, according to WLWT TV. People are saying on Tuesday afternoon they heard a loud boom from a large explosion in the Clifton neighborhood. Is it Clifton Heights or Clifton? I gotta see. I think it's the Clifton Heights. Look at that. Look at that, folks. It's just like a hole.
Wow.
A hole in the, Look at that.
It's just crazy. Hold on, guys. Okay, let's try the again.
What in the world is going on? It looks like this place is right behind this warehouse here. And I'm trying to see who it belongs to. It looks like there's some railroad tracks. Railroad tracks. A large explosion was heard in Louisville, Kentucky, Tuesday afternoon. The explosion is believed to have occurred in the building in the Clifton neighborhood. This source told WLKY, and there may be people trapped inside. Video shows massive damage to the outside. There has been a hazardous material incident at 1901 Payne Street. A shelter-in-place order has been issued for those in a 1-mile radius. Uh-oh. We got like a East Palestine type of situation here. The Louisville Metro government said on X. So let's see if we can get more understanding here. I'm not so sure this would be lifted yet.
Hi, I'm JT, and I'm a Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First,
the United States spends more money on education than any other country in the world, and yet we get the worst outcomes. We're at the bottom of every list. In total, American society pours more than $1 trillion a year into public education systems. But instead of being at the top of the list, we are literally right smack. Guess what? At the bottom. Rather than indoctrinating young people with inappropriate racial, sexual, and political material, which is what we're doing now, our schools must be totally refocused to prepare our children to succeed in the world of work and in life and the world of keeping our country strong so they can grow up to be happy, prosperous, and independent citizens.
Pretty much everybody on my team is extremely well versed in the Bible. Those are the wisest people I've discovered. Yeah, I didn't know that. Pretty much everybody on my team is extremely well versed in the Bible. Those are the wisest people I've discovered. Yeah, I didn't know that. They're the only wise people. They're the only ones who know what's up. And that they're just like way smarter than everybody. I didn't know that. I had no idea. I mean, that shouldn't be surprising either. I mean, again, I just can't believe that in the end, when it really gets intense, as it is now, that it's Christians, it's people who actually believe the Bible, are the only ones with wisdom who understand what's really going on. They're not shocked at all.
Let me tell you why I think this is so special. Tucker is saying all these things about Christians and the Bible, and yet I don't believe that he's been born again. He believes he's a Christian, but it's clear that the truth hasn't yet made him free. Both of these men are still looking for answers to what they see as the mystery of life. So what he's saying is from an objective point of view and is very meaningful.
I mean, I'm coming to this late in life, and I'm coming to it cold from working in the institutional media for over 30 years to all of a sudden not in the last year. So there are a lot of things that are obvious to you and your viewers and that are not obvious to me. I'm just learning. I'm like, wow, I really do feel like the last soldier, you know, like coming out, like the war's over, really? And everyone's like, yeah, it's been 20 years, you know, that's like how I feel. And so people with this weird and destructive instinct, that's what it is. It's not a conspiracy, it's an instinct, have taken over all the levers of power. I think it's like a spiritual force. That's my personal view. I can't prove it, but I really believe it. But maybe it's not. Maybe it's something else. But that's what I perceive. And well, that's what I think it is too. Nothing anymore makes any sense. I'm convinced that when we die, we will see that everything that we know or think we know is a lie. I totally agree.
And so do I, because they're right. The Bible says that serpent of old, called the devil and Satan, who deceives the whole world. The reason the whole world is deceived is because it joyfully serves the devil. Jesus said of the religious leaders, you are of your father the devil, and the desires of your father you want to do.
I was talking to someone
I want to see if
recently,
they've done something with
he
this
said
one.
to me, he goes, I'm not excited to die, I've got all these kids, whatever, no one wants to die, but I'm kind of excited to like understand what all this is. Yeah, I feel that way. You do? Totally. I'm not looking forward to death at all. I happen not to be afraid of it. You want the answers? Do you think we're going into World War III? really close to it, as you know. Yeah, if you see a human movement that's anti-human, the push toward nuclear war for its own sake is by definition anti-human, I would say. Like, any movement that's anti-human is probably not human. Do dogs act against their own collective interest? Do caribou? Do porcupines? Do single-cell amoeba? Do sea cucumbers? No, none of them do. No animal does that. Because it's not natural. Animals are part of nature, they do natural things. People are subject to the supernatural. So they do things that are not natural, like kill themselves. That's why we're the only species that kills itself. So when you kill yourself, whether slowly or all at once, you're being acted on by forces outside of you. Spiritual forces, obviously. One thing that you notice about every world religion I'm familiar with, I'm interested in that topic, there are commonalities between religions. Very striking between all world religions I'm aware of and all creation myths. And one of them, and this is of course true for Christianity, very true, is that the belief that supernatural beings take physical form. They all believe that. The Greek myths, Jesus, most famously, but that they take physical form, that they're not just like some ethereal, they're not just shadows floating around, specters, fog, that they're physical. I think that the real struggles are unseen. That is absolutely part of Christian theology. I didn't fully appreciate it at all. It's part of every theology. In fact, it is theology. That is theology. The belief that the real struggles are in the spiritual realm. That has been a constant belief since the beginning of history, recorded history. Everybody has thought that, except us in the West, since 1945. I can't say that enough. So once you get perspective on this question, you're like, okay, that may sound crazy to someone who thinks buying on Amazon is the meaning of life, but to every other person in the world, we may disagree about what the truth is, I'm sure we will, but we will never disagree with the fact that there's a lot going on that we cannot see or measure with our senses. That is absolutely true.
We talked this morning about my experience about, getting slapped in the face by God, basically,
yes.
Right? Pretty much everybody on my team is extremely well versed in the Bible.
Yeah.
And they bring me up to speed in a hurry. But I mean, even just
those are the wisest people I've discovered.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
There's nowhere you can look and go, that makes sense anymore. Nothing makes any sense at all. The confusion of genders, it's everywhere you look.
And only the Bible readers are prepared to understand it. That's what because everything is the opposite of what you were told. So you were told that all the Bible readers were the most superstitious and inflexible and stupid and lacking wisdom and common sense, and they couldn't see reality, and that's what I grew up. I mean, even though we went to church occasionally or whatever, of course we hated religious people, because all affluent Americans hate religious people in the world that I grew up in, because they're like superstitious and dumb and they're embarrassing and they're like kind of middle class or poor whites, and you're like, oh. I mean, I'm so ashamed to say that, but I was never against them, really. You just don't question what you were taught, really, kind of, And then it turns out that those are the only people who know what's going on. They're the best people. I've known that for a while. They are the best. Religious people are the best people. It's not even close. Who else hopes other people who else prays for their enemies? Anyone? No, just Christians, that's it. So anyway, I've known that for a while, that they were the best people, but what I didn't know was that they're the only wise people. They're the only ones who know what's up.
Make sure you watch this video to the end to see what else Tucker says about the subject, and you'll find out why it is that Christians are the only ones that know what's up. Do you think life is a little weird?
Oh, for sure.
It's like repetitiveness. Waking up, work, go home, sleep, do it again, over and over and over.
Do you believe in God?
Not specifically, no.
How do you think everything got here?
Just got out of the class that's explaining that to me, actually, astronomy.
Explained it to you?
Yeah.
You read the Bible?
No, I don't.
The world's biggest selling book of all time. It's the most loved book in the world and the most hated book. Do you know why it's loved? In the Old Testament, God promised he would destroy death. In the New Testament, we're told how he did
they finally got a bundle.
That's why it's loved. And it's hated because it demands morality. It says we're not primates or have a common ancestor with primates. We're human beings made in the image of God with a conscience, a knowledge of right and wrong, and we're held accountable by the God that gave us life. That's why it's hated. Do you think you're a good person morally?
Try my best.
Jesus said if you look at a woman and lust for her, you commit adultery with her in your heart. Have you ever looked at a woman with lust?
All the time.
Had sex before marriage? lied and stolen.
Sex before marriage? Are you kidding me?
Used God's name in vain.
Sex is marriage in God's eyes.
Why would you
So
do
that's
that?
the
It's just a word to
Antichrist.
me. It's just a word, doesn't mean anything. That's what blasphemy when God gave you life and uses a cuss word. It's a very serious crime. Have you ever heard the Bible
In
verse, the
vain means in
wages of
vain
sin
over
is
and
death?
over and over.
No. Very famous. It's saying God is paying you for your sins. Like a judge who looks at a criminal who's committed multiple murders, but he keeps saying, Judge, I'm a good person. The judge says, I'm going to show you how serious your crime is. I'm giving you the death sentence. This is your wages. This is what you've earned. And Jacob's sin is so serious to a holy God, he's given you the death sentence. You're on death row. And your death will be evidence to you that God is deadly serious about sin. One more commandment to go. You shall not commit adultery. Have you ever committed adultery? Well, you're in big trouble on Judgment Day, Jacob. You're a lying thief, a blasphemer, and an adulterer. And Jesus said, if you as much as look with lust, you've committed adultery in your heart. So if God judges you by the 10 commandments on Judgment Day, you're going to be innocent or guilty.
Guilty.
Heaven or hell.
Probably hell.
Now, does that concern you?
Not in the slightest.
Jacob, it horrifies me. I could break down in tears now. I love you. I don't want you to go to hell. I don't want death to seize upon you and you get your just desert. Jacob, death is the arresting officer that's going to drag you before the judge of the universe. Death is your summons. And you have to stand before the judge whose law you've violated. And it's very, very serious, man. This is your eternity we're talking about. It's not just who you're going to marry or what you're going to do for a job. It's who you're going to spend forever. Someone wants to pay you $1 million cash at 8 a.m. There's only one condition. You can spend all that money...
Ray Comfort exposed. Fuck me. Ray Comfort exposed. The fuck out of here.
Believe and tell you if you ain't living holy, then you're on your way. Gonna preach the two-step salvation. Gonna have repent to believe and tell you if you ain't living holy, then you're
be saved. What will you tell me? Yes, he's it. I'm not perfect, honey. I'm just forgiven.
So you're not living in holiness? Amy, I'm concerned for you. I'm concerned for your salvation.
gonna preach the two-step.
Pretty much everybody on my team is extremely well versed in the Bible. Those are the wisest people I've discovered.
Maybe.
God wrote that one. I wrote this one. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Pete. Who we like or don't like doesn't matter. What matters is that we've produced a free Trump-Biden $1 million bill, and this election is a huge opportunity to get the gospel into the hands of the lost. The Trump-Biden million is available at livingwaters.com. They are free. You just pay for the shipping.
And that they're just like way smarter than everybody. I didn't know that. I had no idea. And the last couple of years I've been like, they're the only people who know what's going on. And you had the greatest line this morning. I won't reveal personal stuff I talked about, but you were talking about something like super crazy that happened to you. And you went to a Christian who works for you, who was just like, well, yeah, of course. Like, that happens all the time. And you said to them, people who really understand this stuff, it's like not a shocking event. You said it's like Tuesday. Because they know that this is real.
It's all been written. It's in that, yeah. It's in the book.
I know.
It's in the book. And it's playing out.
I mean, that shouldn't be surprising either. I mean, again, I just can't believe that in the end, when it really gets intense, as it is now, that it's Christians, it's people who actually believe the Bible, are the only ones with wisdom who understand what's really going on. They're not shocked at all.
And the reason we know what's going on is because we read the Bible. It's a lamp to our feet and a light to our path. In it, the Bible tells us what happened in the beginning and what will happen in the end. Living Waters exists as a non-profit ministry to help you grow in your faith. There are 3 things to help you do just that. The Living Waters podcast, the Evidence Study Bible, everything you've ever wanted to know about the Christian faith, and the starter kit 4 of our most popular gospel tracks. These and much more are available at livingwaters.com. If you've never seen our video, Atheist Tries to Stop the Gospel, then this happens. You're going to love it. It's had over 1 million views, and you watch it right now by clicking on the top video.
Do people just not get your storyboards? Dude, it's a romance movie.
Get this shit out of here. Fucking idiots.
We recently produced a video on Tucker Carlson's appearance on Joe Rogan's podcast, where they delved into the fascinating topic of UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, as spiritual entities. This discussion was tied to the wheels described in Ezekiel 1 verses 4 to 21, a passage in the Bible which reveals the spirit world in rather a unique and detailed way. Carlson suggested that these UAPs might not be extraterrestrial visitors from another planet, but spiritual beings that have existed alongside humanity for millennia. This intriguing perspective opens up numerous questions about the nature of these phenomena and their potential connections to biblical events and entities. In their conversation, Carlson and Rogan examined the possibility that UAPs could be the same as the wheels mentioned in the book of Ezekiel. These wheels, often referred to as Ophanim in Hebrew, are described as part of a grand divine vision involving otherworldly beings in fiery, lightning-filled clouds. Continuing on in this same theme and topic, Tucker Carlson this week appeared on Sean Ryan's podcast to further explore these themes. In this latest discussion, Carlson delved deeper into biblical narratives, examining connections from the sons of God mentioned in Genesis to the virgin birth as described in the book of Matthew. Carlson's appearances on these podcasts underscore a growing interest in the spiritual and biblical dimensions of UAPs, shifting the conversation from the typical extraterrestrial framework of visitors from another planet to the intriguing concept of visitors from another realm, specifically the spirit world. For context, in the podcast clip we're about to show you, the host Sean highlights that Tucker has frequently stated his belief that UAPs and UFOs are spiritual in nature. Sean then asks Tucker to elaborate on his views regarding these phenomena.
Can you articulate it? Well, I think it's a really old story. You know, it's a really old story. So that's what I think. What is it? Well, one, I'm a Christian, and I'm fairly sincere about it. I try to be sincere about it. But there are commonalities that are very striking between all world religions I'm aware of and all creation myths. And one of them, and this is of course true for Christianity, very true, is that the belief that supernatural beings take physical form.
Hopefully this one will last longer, because
the Greek myths,
I want to stay with this
Jesus, most famously. But that they take physical form, that they're not just like some ethereal, they're not just shadows floating around, specters, fog.
The Bible is full of captivating events where spiritual beings step out of their realm and into our tangible world, taking on physical forms to interact with humanity. These instances include both
know, I exercise.
Benevolent and malevolent spirit beings. In the book of Genesis, we encounter one of the earliest and most profound examples of spirit beings in human form. Abraham, resting at the oaks of Mamre, is visited by three men in Genesis 18 and 19. These visitors are no ordinary travelers. One is the Lord himself, accompanied by two angels. We refer to such an appearance as a theophany. Theophany in the Old Testament is a manifestation or appearance of God to a human. This term comes from the Greek words theos, meaning God, and phaino, meaning to appear or to show. When Jesus appears in his pre-incarnate form in the Old Testament, it is known as a Christophany. While it is uncertain whether God's appearance to Abraham in Mamre was a theophany or a Christophany, the context suggests that one of the visitors was indeed God himself, accompanied by two angels who later visited Sodom and spoke with Lot. This encounter not only reinforces Abraham's faith, but also sets the stage for divine judgment and mercy, with the angels later saving Lot and his family from destruction. One of the most astounding demonstrations of angelic power occurs during the siege of Jerusalem by the Assyrian army. In a single night, an angel of the Lord strikes down 185,000 Assyrian soldiers, as seen in the book of 2 Kings. An angel of the Lord appears to Gideon, initially in human form, to call him to lead Israel against the Midianites. In the fiery furnace, King Nebuchadnezzar sees a fourth man who looks like a son of the gods, protecting Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. The New Testament opens with the angel Gabriel's visit to the Virgin Mary. At Jesus' tomb, two men in dazzling apparel announce his resurrection, their appearance turning sorrow into astonished joy. Similarly, at Jesus' ascension, two men in white robes promise his return, providing comfort and hope to the disciples. Interestingly, the Bible not only provides instances of good and Holy Spirit, beings taking physical form on earth, but it also presents chilling examples of dark, evil, and wicked spirit beings doing the same. The serpent in the Garden of Eden in Genesis 3, later identified as Satan, is a prime example. This cunning creature seduces Eve into disobedience, his physical form facilitating a deception that echoes through humanity's history. In the wilderness, Jesus faces Satan's temptations. Though not explicitly described in physical form, the narrative implies a tangible presence. This encounter underscores the reality of spiritual warfare, even for the Son of God. Among the tombs of the Gerasenes, a man possessed by a legion of demons confronts Jesus. The demons, driven from the man into a herd of pigs, vividly demonstrate their malevolent intent and ability to inhabit physical forms, wreaking havoc on both human and animal realms. The book of Revelation reveals that the world is heading toward a time when spiritual beings will become more real.
When you're looking for the best solution to grow your business, Printful is the right one for you. A partner that offers quality, reliability, and production on a global
Oh,
scale.
shut up.
I've stopped being curious about this because I don't want to know anymore. But
you truly don't want to know anymore
nope,
about it.
I think I know. I think I know what's up. Supernatural beings take physical form. They all believe that. The Greek myths, Jesus, most famously. What I find so striking about the UFOs, this is the main takeaway I had, is like there's this debate like, is this stuff, these phenomena, which are clearly, obviously real, I mean, there's no debate about that. There's a lot of shit that people can't explain in the sky and underwater. We know that.
You had mentioned several times that you think that the UFO, UAP type phenomena stuff is all spiritual.
I think so. I mean, look, I should just state about
What
every
the fuck?
topic. Like, I don't know shit.
Nobody knows shit.
Get the fuck out.
That is the root of all wisdom. As my father always said when we were kids, the root of all wisdom is knowing what an asshole you are. And I think that is knowing how ignorant you are and how limited your foresight is and all that. So I don't know. But yeah, I would bet my house on it. At least some of it is. I mean, I'm sure some of it's like advanced technology that we possess. The U.S. government clearly does possess a lot of technology that is not publicly known about or available or only in fragments. evidence. I mean, that's clearly true. You've done a lot on this. I mean, that's why I first reached out to you, because you did such an amazing segment on that. I was like shocked by it, how great it was. That's why I'm sitting here. So you know all this, and clearly that's part of it, but there are other things that are clearly not, that baffle the U.S. government. Here's what I'm really surprised by, and I've actually stopped gathering string on, as we say in reporting, stopped gathering string on this, gathering information, because I'm satisfied that I know enough, and I don't really want to know that much more. Because what I think I know is, this doesn't help me at all to know that. So that's the conclusion I've reached. I'm usually pretty curious. I've stopped being curious about this, because I don't want to know anymore. But
you truly don't want to know anymore about it.
I think I know. I think I know what's up. So I can't prove it, so I'm probably not going to articulate it, but I think I know what's up, yeah. But,
can you articulate it?
Well, I think it's a really old story. I think it's a really old story. So.
Fucking nigger cunt.
What is it?
God damn.
Well, one, I'm a Christian, and I am fairly sincere about it. I try to be sincere about it. More sincere than ever, for sure. But one thing that you notice about every world religion I'm familiar with, I'm interested in that topic, there are commonalities between religions. Jesus is unique, and I believe in Jesus, so I don't believe in any kind of pantheology, okay? I don't think they're all equal or anything like that. I think mine is correct. I think that. Sorry. But there are commonalities that are very striking between all world religions I'm aware of and all creation myths. And one of them, and this is of course true for Christianity, very true, is that the belief that supernatural beings take physical form. They all believe that. The Greek myths, Jesus, most famously, but that they take physical form, that they're not just like some ethereal, they're not just shadows floating around, specters, fog, that they're physical. Like, they're as real as the arm of your chair. And that they reproduce with people. Again, Christianity. Immaculate conception. Spirit.
And God.
Woman. That's what.
Those spirits aren't equal to God, though.
Specters, fog, that they're physical. Like, they're as real as fog, that they're physical. Like, they're as real as the arm of your chair. And that they reproduce with people. Again, Christianity believes that. Jesus. Immaculate conception. Spirit reproduces with human woman. That's what the story is. It is described in Genesis as well, in Genesis 6. Again, it's not just the religion of the ancient Hebrews or the religion of the modern Christians. It's Hinduism as well, and the animist religions, the religions of, to the extent we understand them or know about them, of the American Indians, all the same. So if every culture in the world that we know about, who's left any kind of written or physical record, is reaching the same conclusions about something, maybe there's something there. And maybe it's not so crazy to think that what everyone else has always thought since the beginning of time, which that there is this combination in cases of, human beings and the spiritual realm, whatever that is. I can speak about it with no precision at all because I don't understand the specifics of it, but I know that it has been written about since people have been writing. And so it's a little weird to think that in 1945, really the day we dropped that first bomb on Hiroshima, from then until now, it's just a speck of time in the continuum of history. For that one period, we've assumed that's not true, but everyone else has always assumed it is true. I'm kind of going with everyone else on that, just on the odds, okay? It's a very long-winded way of answering your question, but I think that's kind of what we're looking at. I think there's some evidence that that's real. So, and I don't want to fully articulate it because it sounds like so out of the realm, but it's not out of anyone else's realm. In fact, it was at the very center of everyone else's realm until like just the other day. So I don't think it's a crazy thing to think, and I happen to believe that's true. So whatever, but I can't prove it. So I'm certainly not an evangelist on the subject at all, and I also don't know how that helps anybody to say it. So I've tried not to talk about it because I don't know it's true, and I don't really know what you do about it if it is.
What was
other
it
than
that
say your prayers?
What was it that what was it that led you to believe?
Talking to a lot of people. Like, I'm really interested in it, and since that is my job, that's literally my job. is to call people and see them and have dinner with them and talk to them, and that's what I've done my whole life. So it's like that's just natural for me. It's not a hobby. It's my profession. I hate to use the word reporting because it's been so discredited by the liars. Oh, we've done a lot of reporting. Here at NBC, we've done a lot of reporting. Fucking liar. You know, you talk to some flack at CIA who told you a bunch of lies, which you're now repeating to me and my kids, so shut up. You've been talking reporting. I hate to use the word reporting, but just like satisfying your curiosity by trying to identify who might know, talking to a bunch of people about it, assessing who's telling the truth. Maybe they're wrong anyway, but you can kind of feel whether someone's telling the truth. And there are ways to know, or to get closer to knowing whether someone's telling the truth. And just talk to a lot of people. And I've done that because I got really interested in it. Sort of by accident. I never thought I'd be interested in this at all. And so I talked to a lot of people, and I was really shocked by what incredible people told me. They could all be wrong. Of course, I can't prove it. Yeah. But I became completely satisfied, I'll say that they were not lying, and that they were right or in the vicinity of right. You know, I always assume the details are wrong. I was a police reporter for a while, and you interview someone, like a shooting, you know, you've obviously seen shootings, but most people don't see shootings. So you think if you saw a shooting, you'd like remember every detail of the shooting. They get them all wrong. You know, people aren't good at detail, okay? That's just true. But they are good at themes. They're good at themes. Like, they remember the guy's fat. He may have been 400 pounds, he may have been 280, he was fat. Like, if everyone says the guy was fat, he was fat. Like, that's what we do. We can't say that. And so if everybody you talk to is saying, oh, this is really upsetting, I don't know what this means, but here's what I know, here's what I heard someone say, I was in a meeting, or here's what, you know what I mean? It was that kind of stuff, and I didn't talk to anybody in the UFO community. I'm not even sure what that is. I know I don't trust I don't trust anybody, actually. You know what I mean? It's not my job to trust people, so it's my job to assess what they're saying is right or not. So I talked to people who I thought had first-hand knowledge. I talked to a number of them. And then I was like, whoa, I'm out. Because I don't need to go farther than that. I mean, I think that the real struggles are unseen. That is absolutely a part of Christian theology. I didn't fully appreciate it at all. It's a part of every theology. In fact, it is theology. That is theology. The belief that the real struggles are in the spiritual realm. That has been a constant belief since the beginning of history, recorded history. Everybody has thought that, except us in the West, since 1945. I can't say that enough. So once you get perspective on this question, you're like, okay, that may sound crazy to someone who thinks buying shit on Amazon is the meaning of life, but to every other person in the world, we may disagree about what the truth is, I'm sure we will, but we will never disagree with the fact that there's a lot of shit going on that we cannot see or measure with our senses. That is absolutely true. What I find so striking about the UFOs, this is the main takeaway I have, is like, there's this debate, like, is this stuff, these phenomena, which are clearly, obviously real, I mean, there's no debate about that. There's a lot of shit that people can't explain in the sky and underwater. We know that. Fact. So the debate is this government technology? Is it from outer space, or is it some spiritual realm here? I've already told you my view of it. But what I find so interesting, we know the government's lied about it. They're lying about it now. That's a fact. There's no way around it. They've absolutely lied about it in very elaborate ways. I am really struck. Here's my current thinking on it. The main effort that the U.S. government has put into its disinformation, its lying on this topic, has been not to mislead you on the technology. Like, they're not telling you they don't have anti-gravity technology. It sounds, from watching your podcast, that they do, which I believe. No problem believing that. Their main interest is in convincing you that the supernatural is not real.
No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan Show from, if you get anything out of this, please like, comment, subscribe, and most importantly, share this everywhere you possibly can. And if you're feeling extra generous, please leave us a review on Apple and Spotify podcasts.
Modern people.
Want to start a podcast, but not sure how? Riverside has got
government ties.
I've stopped being curious about this because I don't want to know anymore. But
you truly don't want to know anymore about it.
I think I know. I think I know what's up. Supernatural beings take physical form.
Vatican underwater aliens.
They all
Oh
believe
shit,
that.
this is a 3 hour. Oh shit.
It's an extraordinarily sophisticated technology that's been developed to take them down. Now, that doesn't mean that they haven't compensated for that, but there were a number of the vehicles that were recovered, intact vehicles, that were forced down by this technology.
But this is also, so the people who are involved with this and getting this forward are the people who were part of it.
That's right.
Part of ATIP and part of OSAP.
That's right.
Before that. And those programs, regardless of however they morphed into each other,
yep.
they talk all in skips. It's highly secretive. Guys like Hal Puthoff, Jacques Vallée are involved, some of the brightest minds in the world.
Okay.
But still, you say that some UFO crash retrieval groups in the Pentagon were far more secretive than that?
Oh, yes.
So how sinister is that stuff then?
Very. Very.
What's up, guys? If you haven't already, please smash that subscribe button and hit that like button on the video. If you don't have time to watch this episode right now, I'd really appreciate it if you saved it to your watch later playlist on YouTube. Finally, if you'd like to follow me on Instagram or X, those links are in my description below.
You are a machine, man.
Well, let's see.
I've never seen anything like this. I mean,
I love that guy.
So, when we left off with the last episode, for everyone else out there, we thought we were coming right back in here to record.
Yeah, so did I. Yeah, but they said, you got to get out of here because you got to get over to Yale. We had a dinner with the professors. So
Danny Sheehan, yeah.
Go do that.
So you guys did that. You get dinner with the professors, hang out at Skull and Bones all night.
Yeah. And whoever paid homage to Skull and Bones, we put a little leaflet on their front door inviting them to come over to the UFO discussion.
So you do a big UFO discussion today on campus, which actually, what did that entail? You're trying to get it as a part of the educational curriculum?
Yeah, we're trying to get it into the academy, the general university community. Say, look at this is silly that, that now that the United States Defense Department has acknowledged that they've been lying all this time in hiding this stuff, and you got testimony coming in, from the people directly involved in the top secret program, acknowledging that the government's in possession of a non-human origin extraterrestrial spacecraft, the bodies that they've now confirmed are non-human. You would think that it would have some impact on the university. They ought to be kind of teasers and courses about getting ready for this, but they haven't yet. So we went over to Yale. We got invited over there by some of the professors. So we went over and did a presentation today to the student body.
What professor, if you don't mind asking?
One of the professors of philosophy, two professors of philosophy, in fact. One of them was an East Asian philosophy professor, and the other was an American Western philosophy guy. And then they had the student body they have a UFO student organization there. Yeah, and so they sponsored it. So it was the students themselves that asked us to come. And they got professors from a couple of different universities, Ohio State University. A professor was there. They had a professor from University of Albany. So they had a group of people there, and then I briefed them all on what was going on in Washington with the legislation and the hearings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I see it all sitting right there. We're going to get into it today.
Yeah.
As a gun owner, the best decision I've ever made was getting a USCCA membership. I've got the concealed carry map. It is so easy to see where I can conceal carry. Life-saving guides, books, and checklists. Online courses with self-defense and firearm training. And in addition to all of that education and training, I also...
Get the fuck out of here with these goddamn ads, nigger honkies.
But now you're back in Hoboken, straight off.
Yeah, it's hard to stay away. It's hard to stay away.
Well, thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. There's a lot to get into. Our first episode, we basically went through every single conspiracy of the 60s and 70s that you lived through. It was pretty incredible.
A lot of them.
Yeah. So now I'm sure there will be other cases that come up today as well that didn't come up yesterday, but specifically with ufology and the space of what's going on in our skies, you have been
around this since I believe you said the Jimmy Carter administration?
Yeah, it was the fall of '76, right after the November election, that I got contacted.
And you would explain this quickly in our last podcast, but for people who didn't hear that, why did he contact you?
Well, what happened is that President Carter, when he was the governor of Georgia, had seen a UFO back in 1969. He was at a Lions Club, a speech that he was giving as the governor, and they went over to the restaurant for dinner, and there was a UFO right in the sky. It was like 2 lengths of a football field away. I mean, it wasn't like a mysterious light in the sky or anything. It was like a full UFO, and he saw it. 11 men saw it with him. He filed an official report with the U.S. Air Force and with NICAP. So when he ended up getting elected president, turns out he was elected on November 4th of 1976. On the 19th of November, well, he was still down in Plains, Georgia. He hadn't even come to Washington yet. That he sent word to have the head of the Central Intelligence Agency come down to Plains, Georgia, and brief him on the UFO issue. And it turns out that the CIA director at that time was George H.W. Bush, and that he refused to brief him, saying that as the president-elect, he had no need to know this information, which surprised President Carter. And so Carter, rather than taking on the CIA and spending a lot of newly earned political capital, just contacted the Congress and said, "What's the story here? You know, I've been elected president. We're supposed to know about this. Can you tell me what the documents are?"
I gotta get some of those lava things.
To the Science and Technology Committee of the House of Representatives.
Oh,
They contacted the Congressional Research.
Come on, guys.
Research Service, which is this big professional service research operation they have at the Library of Congress. And so they set up a special investigation and research project. Now, I didn't know anything about it when it happened. I mean, I'd met Carter when he was a candidate, because I was at Jesuit headquarters down there in Washington, D.C., and I was in the public policy office they call it the social ministry office at the Jesuit headquarters. So I was responsible for helping to formulate the policies of the Jesuit order with regard to all 15 of the cabinet level positions in all 8 of the major federal agencies. And so one afternoon in early May, I guess it was, probably, of 1976, I was over in DuPont Circle by where our headquarters is, right on Embassy Row, and I ran into they had a new headquarters there during the primary. It was the Democratic Party primary, and they had the office for candidate Jimmy Carter. So I just popped in and said, look, I told him who I was, and it turns out that Stu Eisenstadt was there. Stuart Eisenstadt was his director of public policy for his campaign. So we sat down and had a long conversation, and we set up a meeting for candidate Jimmy Carter to come and meet with the heads of all 54 of the major religious denominations. They had headquarters in Washington, D.C., and so our office coordinated that. Our Jesuit headquarters coordinated that. We set it up over at 100 Maryland Avenue, over at the Methodist Building on Capitol Hill, and we had a long meeting with him. We got him actually in that meeting to agree that if he were elected president, he would issue a presidential executive order cutting off all U.S. military aid to any foreign dictator that was determined to be systematically violating the human rights of his own citizens. And that is the executive order that he did in fact issue when he was elected.
When you say you guys, you're talking specifically about, like, in this case, on behalf of, like, the Jesuit community and the
Jesuit headquarters, we organized a thing called the Washington Interreligious Staff Council. There were 54 major religious denominations that have Washington, D.C. offices. They would kind of monitor legislation that was going on, briefing their different denominations. Jesuit headquarters had organized bringing them all together to form a coalition so that we could set up task forces, so that we could not duplicate each other's work, and so that we had that thing set up. So when I happened to meet Stuart Eisenstadt that May of '76, I told him about the work that we had.
What's going on, morning?
Carter, and we did, so that we formulated this plan to figure out one specific thing that we would ask him, and so we all coordinated that, and we asked him to commit to agreeing to sign such an executive order, and he did, which interestingly enough ended up being the executive order pursuant to which he cut off all military funding to Anastasio Somoza in Nicaragua later, and the Shah of Iran. So both of those dictatorships fell within 6 weeks of being cut off by the U.S. military, which originated the Iran-Contra scandal later, because the CIA people that were dedicated to trying to maintain both of those authoritarian regimes, decided to go around the fact that both of them had been ousted, basically, and they wanted to set up a covert operation to try to reinstate them, and that generated the Iran-Contra scandal, which I was involved in later.
Yeah, could you actually explain just the basics there, the parties involved with that? Because this is another one that gets skipped over a lot, where people are like, oh yeah, Iran-Contra, CIA, Bill Casey did some that was it. But, you had a president who at that point, there's reasonable evidence to say he already had and
which time was this?
Ronald Reagan.
Well, Reagan, actually, this happened right from the very beginning, that this started under Carter, when President Carter issued the presidential executive order cutting off the military aid to Somoza. He fell from power. Still back in 1978, and then in 1979, Carter cut off military supplies to the Shah of Iran, and he fell from power in December of '79. So it was still under the Carter administration, and that was part, of course, why they generated the October surprise. The whole effort to, to get Carter out of there, because he was wreaking havoc, with the covert operations of the CIA. He was actually ousting and cutting off U.S. military funding to fascist regimes around the country.
Because of what you did.
Well, actually, as it turns out, yes. And so the bottom line is that both of those regimes had collapsed before Reagan came in. What happened, as people may recall, is that the 52 hostages were taken after the Shah of Iran fell. The Khomeini regime came in, and they actually, the students that were supported by the Hezbollah ended up kidnapping the 52 hostages in the American base and holding them hostage. So there was this long set of negotiations that were going on in the final days of the Carter administration, his first administration in 1979 and all through 1980. And what happened is President Carter had put together a task force to conduct these negotiations with the Saudis and indirectly with the Hezbollah that were supporting them in Iran, and was on the brink of getting an agreement to get them moved. And all of a sudden, Bill Casey, who was the campaign director for the Reagan-Bush, George W. Bush candidacy for the Republican nomination, they ended up reaching out to the Hezbollah back channel through Theodore Shackley, who was the director of covert operations under George Bush Sr. when he was the CIA director under President Ford, that they reached out to the Hezbollah and they made a deal with them, saying that if you will hold the hostages and not release them to the Carter administration, which would give him a big lift, and he might succeed.
Get the fuck over there, nigger.
Second
God
term.
damn you.
What they did is they said, if you'll agree to hold the hostages and therefore undermine his displayed capabilities, the Reagan-Bush administration, when we come in, will provide TOW missiles to you in complete violation of the ban that had been placed on them. So anyway, that they made that deal, and that was handled by Bill Casey and George Bush Sr., who was the vice presidential candidate at the time, and Theodore Shackley. They organized all of that, and so they withheld the hostages. And then you'll recall when Jimmy Carter lost the election on Inauguration Day, January 21st of 1980, there was actually a split screen of Ronald Reagan being sworn in, and the hostages being walking across the tarmac and boarding a plane to be free, in case anybody missed the direct connection that was there. And that was the so-called October surprise. And there was a book written about it by Gary Sick, who was the naval admiral who was part of the team of the National Security Council that was involved in conducting negotiations on behalf of the Carter administration. He wrote a major book exposing the fact that that was a conspiracy that was undertaken on the part of the Bush vice presidential team that Theodore Shackley was one of the advisors to. They're the ones, so it wasn't Reagan. And most everybody knows that the Reagan-Bush administration, that George Bush basically ran everything.
He did?
Oh, yeah. He was not only the head of the 5412 committee, which ran all covert operations in the National Security Council, he was the one that ran the savings and loan reorganization, where they started changing all the rules governing the savings and loan banks that didn't require security for the loans. He's the one that was in charge of the Drug Enforcement Agency, the war on drugs, and he's the one who ran the off-the-shelf enterprise during the Reagan administration. He's
off-the-shelf enterprise?
That's the North, Oliver North.
Oh, yeah.
That generated the entire Iran-Contra crisis during the Reagan administration. That was all coordinated through George Bush's office. Donald P. Gregg was his national security advisor, vice presidential national security advisor. He coordinated the meetings. We got the internal talking papers we got copies of them from the meetings that they had with George Bush Sr. and Donald Gregg, his national security advisor, along with Felix Rodriguez.
Oh yeah, our friend Felix.
Who was running the Ilopango airlift in Ilopango in El Salvador. So we got all that information, and so that
when you say we,
there was the Christic Institute that we set up out of the Jesuit headquarters. We set up the Christic Institute when we did the Karen Silver case 5 years ago. It's coming up now on the anniversary. It's going to be November 13th. Was 50 years ago that she was killed on the way to deliver the documents from the Pyramid nuclear facility to the New York Times.
We talked about that
Yes.
for people who didn't see the last episode yet or are watching this. That was in the last episode. It's a pretty wild case. But you set up this Christic Institute. You get the relationship with her. We'll come back to the UFOs part with him, but like you get the relationship with him before he's president.
That's right.
Through the Jesuit organization
That's right.
effectively.
That's right.
So, it seems like faith and being a part of the Jesuit community has obviously been a huge part of your life. Did you grow up Catholic in
Sure.
like the Jesuit sector?
I've got a sister Colleen and a brother Patty. They're Irish as Patty's pig.
Yeah.
As they say. Yeah. So I was raised Catholic my whole life. But I didn't go to Catholic schools. I went to regular public high schools. And went to Harvard College and stuff, so I didn't go to Jesuit schools. But I ended up, after graduating from Harvard Law School, when we talked about it, going out practicing for a few years. And I was so disenchanted with what it is I was discovering about the United States government that I ended up going back to Harvard, talking to John Rawls, who was the head of the Department of Philosophy, about his book called Theory of Justice. And he invited me to come back to Harvard to do a PhD on comparative social ethics, comparing and contrasting different worldviews in the different kind of values that they had, because I was trying to get an understanding of how people could be functioning so completely differently. Myself, from a lot of other lawyers and the kind of people that they represented, the things that they did, I thought was just completely antithetical to everything that I'd been learning as the proper ethics. So I went back to the divinity school to do the PhD work, and that was where I got recruited by Father Roger Couture, who was the professor that taught the course on theological underpinnings of human rights. And he approached me at the end of the course and said he was kind of fascinated by some of the papers that I had written at that level, and they wanted to know that if I was interested in being interviewed by the Jesuits, because they were establishing a new headquarters down in Washington, D.C., that all 100 provincials around the world were called into Rome by the Superior General of the Jesuit Order, and they were getting set to issue a whole series of documents on social justice, 32nd General Congregation documents, they called them, declaring that the members of the Jesuit Order, the Catholic Church, would have an obligation every day to take active steps to deconstruct the sources of injustice, both in Western civilization and in Eastern civilization, because otherwise we were potentially going to have a major thermonuclear war between the superpowers, and so that they believed that their job was to deconstruct the structural sources of injustice, and it actually said that it was their obligation to do something every single day to help deconstruct those sources of injustice, equal to their obligation of preaching the Mass each day. So it was pretty intense.
Yeah.
And so that so I had just gone to the divinity school to do the reflecting on the comparative social ethics, but I ended up getting contacted and asked if I would be allowed myself to be interviewed for that post, and I did. And so they asked me to go to Washington and to help head up that office on social ministry. So that's how I got there.
Yeah, it's fascinating to get that background, because I always find especially when you have the collision of like religion and aliens in these conversations, it can get sometimes like they fly right in the face of each other, other times they get combined in people's thoughts. But to bring it back to Carter then,
when you were called in by him after he was elected to help in this process where he was trying to get information from Congress because CIA wouldn't give it to him.
Yeah.
You know, you had said yesterday when we recorded the previous episode that you had thought about aliens when you were growing up, but it wasn't, you know, it's not like every single day you were studying all of it.
No.
But, you know, at this point now you're starting to, as a lawyer on behalf of the president, go digging for the biggest secrets that could exist.
Well, it was interesting that it happened indirectly. You know, it was through Rosemary Chalk I mentioned, I think yesterday, that Rosie Chalk, she was the executive secretary for the National Academy of Sciences, and she's the one that asked me whether I'd be interested in getting contacted by the study that the president had asked to have put together. And
you know what? I ought to keep those doors.
Congressional Research Service had already been tasked by the president to do this investigation for them in the research project. And then they reached
Really
out
wanna
to
see you.
Dr. Marshall Smith, who was the head of the Science and Technology Division.
Really wanna be with you.
And asked if I would be interested in participating. And
Really
I got
wanna
it
see
cleared with
you,
the
Lord,
superiors at the
but it
Jesuit
takes
headquarters. They
so
thought this was an
long,
important issue.
Lord.
Oh yes, and that was really interesting. When I told him that I'd been asked to be special counsel, I talked to Father Bill Davis, who was my immediate superior, who was the director of the Social Ministry Office. We had organized an assistant provincial for each of the 10 provinces of the United States to be our board of directors. So we had a board to go to. So Father Davis went to the board, the 10 assistant provincials for social justice, and they all agreed that this is an important issue. Obviously, if the President of the United States wanted to have information about the UFO issue, they realized that this was an extraordinarily important issue, and I was authorized to participate. So that's how it started. And then when I was
It would suck if I was there in this interview and forgot, and I just started doing that. Start fucking making all sorts of sounds.
This was in January 1977, right after, just after the inauguration.
So in coordination with all this stuff you're doing with Carter, this is a part of it.
Yes. Yeah. And so I ended up going back to the headquarters and saying, look, I've been asked by Dr. Marshall Smith to contact the Vatican to see if we could get access to the archives, anything they had in the archives about the UFO phenomenon or the extraterrestrial civilization that was assumed to be responsible for the UFOs. And that went back to the provincials, and they agreed to have us write the letter. So we wrote the letter out of the Jesuit headquarters to the Vatican, asking for access to the information about the UFOs in the Vatican archive.
What was that conversation like, though, with your, I forget his name, Father John Daly?
Father Bill Davis.
Bill Davis. Yeah,
well,
not the golfer John Daly.
No, it was funny. Bill Davis was interesting. The Jesuits are interesting guys. I found, you know, they all have at least one PhD. It's a requirement, a condition precedent for being in the society. Many of them have more than one PhD, actually. So they have to go through the entire undergraduate school, and of course they've been on since 1547. And so that early requirement that they have these academic credentials was absolutely unique in Western civilization. The level of education that they have. They run 28 universities in the United States,
including Georgetown.
That's right, including Georgetown. And they also are the primary scholars at the Vatican. They're the theologian scholars. They also run many of the pontificates, the papal commissions. They're the leading diplomats, primarily for the Vatican, the Vatican State.
I need some Butterfinger.
Extraordinarily highly trained professionals. They do a lot of the intelligence work, for the Vatican.
Yeah, what is that, when you say intelligence work, in 2024, what does that mean?
Well, Vatican is the Vatican State. They're actually a national sovereignty, and that they have diplomatic corps. They have ambassadors to each of the different countries, and they have an intelligence service, and that it's mostly Jesuits that are, because a lot of it is analysis, foreign policy analysis, international analysis, history studies they need to do, so that the Jesuits perform this kind of service for the Vatican, for the Pope. They work directly under the Pope. They're not under the authority of the Vatican. I mean, most people don't realize that. Really? The Jesuit order is the only one that they're directly accountable to the Pope himself, directly.
So that
each of them.
But that feels like semantics, because that feels like the same thing.
No, it's different because
fuck?
there's two different structures. There's the structure in the Catholic Church where you have the local parish priest is like a private. Then they have a Monsignor in some of the parishes who is like a corporal. Then they have the assistant bishop.
Hold on.
Who are like the first officers. You have a lieutenant. Then you have the bishops that are like captains. You have the archbishops that are like colonels. Then you have the general officers that are the cardinals. And then you have the conclave of the cardinals that come all together. That is like a major cabinet, if you will, for the Pope. And so there's a whole military structure to that order, but the Jesuits are not involved in that. The Jesuits are completely separate. The Jesuits don't run parishes. They don't run parish churches. They're professionals. They're lawyers and doctors and scientists and diplomats and other trainings that they have their PhDs in, and they answer directly to the Pope.
All the types of jobs that make society go, if you will.
Yeah, or make a nation state go. And so that they're the lawyers and they're the doctors and they're the scientists and the scholars for the most part. They run the universities, etc. And so that when I was asked to become general counsel for their American headquarters, I thought that was a worthy kind of post. I thought it was an extraordinarily interesting position to be in, You know, we had access then to the Jesuits in 43 different countries that were provided intelligence to our office. We got to meet with them. We got to. Father Bill Davis has been in every one of the 43 countries where all the Jesuits are. He was the photographer for the Jesuit magazine. That America magazine was their like Time magazine, that they have a monthly magazine, and that he was the principal photographer for them prior to being the head of the social ministry office. So I was out in Washington. There I was in Washington D.C. In that position. I became a member of the bar of Washington, in addition to being a member of the bar of the Southern District of New York. And so I was functioning as legal counsel in that office. So I got to formulate proposed policies with regard to all 15 of the major cabinet positions on defense policy, international policy, foreign policy, economic policy.
Wait, in the U.S. government?
In the U.S. government, yeah.
What do you mean you got to format policy for those?
For the Jesuit order, for what we would propose.
What you would want.
Yeah, what we would say. We say was that this say here you're asking for $800 billion for military. We say that we don't believe that's a just position. That's way too much military emphasis. That you need to have more funds for PL 480, which is sharing excess agricultural products in the United States with people that are dying of starvation around the world. For example, that we should have increased Social Security for our people. We should have better medical benefits, etc. We were involved in a social ministry. That we were advocating that is an integral aspect of the Judeo-Christian social ethics, which is part of what I was studying at Divinity School.
Were you guys like registered lobbyists on K Street kind of deal, or is this because you're a religious organization you can have?
That's right. You don't need to be registered as lobbyists at all.
Okay.
No.
But when you had this conversation with
Father
Davis,
yeah,
and he said, "Yeah, go for it. Help out Carter with UFOs."
Yeah.
Was there any type of philosophical conversation about like, well, wait a minute, what does this mean for our religion?
Well, it was interesting. At that point, it was such an obvious, great position to be in. I hadn't been asked yet, but I was shortly thereafter. I was asked by Dr. Marcia Smith to do a seminar for the top 50 scientists in SETI, which is the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, out of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena. And they asked if I would go and deliver a closed-door seminar for them. And then we began to have these intense discussions at Jesuit headquarters, saying, okay, you've got your undergraduate degree in American constitutional law and stuff, history and political science from Harvard, and you've got your law degree from Harvard Law School in American constitutional law and foreign policy and stuff. But you've just started your PhD work on theology at the Divinity School. Have some discussions about, if you're going to be asked to deliver a 3-hour seminar to the top 50 scientists to SETI, what are we going to be saying here theologically? And what's essential to understand is that theology, in its very highest levels, has to do with extraordinarily subtle realms of science. This is a science that we're dealing with here. The faculties that our human species is capable of, that are part of the entire religious traditions of meditation and the siddhas and dietary habits and abstention from overstimulating your body with too much eating, too much drinking, too much casual sexual activity that's so stimulating to your body. The subtle discernment that we have of actually other faculties that we have are smothered by that activity. So that's a science. There's a science to this, of learning to do all these kind of things to kind of increase your spiritual sensitivity. And this is a science. It's not hocus pocus. It's not all mysteria tremendum. You know, the Jesuits approached this in a very practical, realistic, kind of scientific way. And so that what we did is we sat down and had a set of conversations about fundamentals, about what our position is that we're going to be taking on the cosmological question, the questions of the origin of the universe. How is it that our material universe came into being out of an otherwise infinite and eternal sea of completely undifferentiated consciousness? What was the motive to generate the initial discontinuity in this field of infinite, eternal, undifferentiated consciousness? Well, what was the motive force for that discontinuity? And when the discontinuity multiplied through a process which is like mitosis into generating more and more and more of these discontinuities that ended up becoming inchoate quantum fields, actually. And the inchoate quantum fields would then come together and form, you know, leptons and muons and the electrons and protons and the actual material manifestation of the universe actually takes place out of an infinite field of consciousness. And so that actually the actual inchoate quantum fields are in fact nodals of consciousness. So consciousness pervades the entire material universe, and yet outside of the boundaries, the boundaries of the total sum total of mass and energy in the universe, there is an infinite and eternal sea of completely undifferentiated consciousness that abides. And there's a lot of factual questions that obtain as to whether or not we, as incarnated human beings, whether we have access to for example, do we have a faculty that is capable of directly and immediately discerning the unitive phenomenon that bonds every single ultimately irreducible integer of matter in the entire physical universe into one unified harmonic whole? Do we have a faculty like seeing or hearing that is evolving teleologically in our human family, where we can actually experientially discern that unitive phenomenon, so that we can discern what kind of conduct, individual or collective, is either harmonious with or disharmonious to the natural order of the universe? This is what natural law is all about, and this is an area of intense theological scholarship. Millions of man hours and women hours in the convents have been spent reflecting on that. In that the Jesuit order houses a lot of that theological information in the Catholic Church.
It's fascinating because it seems like any conversation like that where you are talking about the galaxy and you're talking about things that are even beyond what we've been able to get a true concept of yet, like it goes outside of what the traditional Bible teaches, and yet you're having these conversations inside of a Catholic organization. That's certainly fascinating. The second thing, galaxy, and you're talking about things that are even beyond what we've been able to get a true concept of yet, like it goes outside of what the traditional Bible teaches, and yet you're having these conversations inside of a Catholic organization. That's certainly fascinating. The second thing, though, is that you're the general counsel at this point. So your job is to represent the interests of something that you do believe in, right? Like you're a Jesuit, proud Catholic, like the whole bit. So you're part of an organization that you respect and admire and believe in the idea. But you're being presented with something that's so complex and gets right to the meaning of life, like, UFOs or alien existence. And yet you have to go into the room objectively as an attorney to your clients in this case and say, what do we think? And the reason I put it that way is because essentially you are going in there, I don't mean to call you a robot or something, but as a lawyer, again, objectively, you have to be able to say, okay, I'm going to go with what my guys want to do here. At the same time, though, you're still a human being, and you're still now getting access to things that, or at the process of getting access to things that you haven't had access to before that are certainly enough to make you question some stuff. So did the human being side of you ever get in the way of, like, just assuming you were going to do exactly take the stance that they wanted to take?
I told them from the very beginning that I wasn't going to do that. I told them that I wasn't there to represent the Catholic Church, and I wasn't there to do anything. What I was there to do is to advise them You know, that I was, I was independent. I had independent judgments about what it is that was necessary to be done. I would share that information, make proposals to them, and they would either accept them or modify them, and then we would go forward, and we would get some kind of a consensus among our board, who are the assistant provincials, the 10 assistant provincials in the United States for social ministry, and then we would advocate this. So I was always, that was one of the things that disturbed the people in the law firms where I was, is I was never obliged to just do whatever their clients wanted us to do. That wasn't the kind of lawyer I was. What I was doing is saying, this is what you should be doing. You shouldn't be racially discriminating against people, in your pricing of your stuff for the A&P Corporation, for example. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be discriminating against people in the Arkansas, Missouri Power Company just to increase the rates for black people because you could do it. You shouldn't be doing that. They increase the rates for black people because you could do it. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be discriminating against people in the Arkansas, Missouri Power Company just to increase the rates for black people because you could do it. You shouldn't be doing that. They view that as kind of unorthodox. Who did I think I was? Who I was is who you came to me to ask me to come to your law firm. That's who I was. I didn't come to you. Just do whatever their clients want us to do. That wasn't the kind of lawyer I was. What I was doing is saying, this is what you should be doing. You shouldn't be racially discriminating against people, in your pricing of your stuff for the A&P Corporation, for example. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't be discriminating against people in the Arkansas, Missouri Power Company just to increase the rates for black people because you could do it. You shouldn't be doing that.
Charging them more than hell yeah you should.
They viewed that as kind of unorthodox. Basically, who did I think I was? Who I was is who you came to me to ask me to come to your law firm. That's who I was. I didn't come to you begging to come to work for you. You asked me to come there, and so it's always been that way. And so when I was at the divinity school, it was the Jesuit order that came there to ask me if I would come and become their counsel, and so that's the role that I played. And so I was constantly, forming independent judgments about what I thought was necessary to do. I would explain to them why I thought this was the right thing to do. And in 99% of the cases, they hadn't thought about it enough. They didn't have anybody in that kind of a position to do that kind of thinking for them.
That's what you were there for.
And so that's what I was there for.
Yeah.
And so...
You could spend your time looking for a way to grow your...
Shut the fuck up.
Religion? Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony.
And so I was constantly, forming independent judgments about what I...
Religion? Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Not like one.
But he reiterated the abuse by Bear and King. Religion?
Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Not like one guy came forward and said this. There are whole support networks for these people. There are psychologists that specialize in satanic SRA victims, satanic ritual abuse. And because you have to treat them in a whole different way.
In secret societies, there are...
Religion?
Oh yeah.
In secret societies, there are always two doctrines. One for the initiated, and one for the profane, or uninitiated. This was the case with the Knights Templar, who had an inside, esoteric, or occult doctrine, and the other was the exoteric, which was presented to the outside, and that was Catholicism. masses received a version of the religion which lacked an understanding of the deeper symbolic meaning. So therefore, it was just the outer veneer of faith. To the cult insiders or adepts, Lucifer, which was translated to light bearer in Latin, was not detested but revered, and in some versions considered a son of Aurora, the Latin word for dawn, personification of an earlier Indo-European goddess called Eos to the Greeks and Kossos to the Arabics. Her origins stretch into prehistory, but we know she was associated with the rising of the sun, like we rode a chariot pulled by horses. We know she was beautiful, a symbol of love and insatiable sexual desires, as well as fertility and eternal rebirth. Her name means east, which is Anglo-Saxon.
Religion? Oh yeah, dude. Have you gone down the satanic ritual abuse rabbit hole? It is so dark. So what I'm referring to specifically are survivors giving survivor testimony on video, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Like not like one guy performance like this. Like there are whole support networks for these people. Like there are psychologists that specialize in satanic SRA victims, satanic ritual abuse. And because you have to like treat them in a whole different way than a regular abuse victim, because the level of depravity and disgusting, like literal torture of children, like literal. Your episode is so screwed now. But there's one in particular that this guy was on the Alondra Markman podcast, and I wish I could remember his name, and we don't even want to pull it up because it's so dark. And everyone should, watch it for themselves and judge it for themselves in terms of whether you think he's telling the truth or not. But personally, it's like you can look into his life, and this guy, like his whole life is based around him recovering from his story, essentially his story of his childhood abuse, and it looks far more likely that he's telling mostly the truth than entirely lies to me. And what he alleges in this interview that aired like a year ago or so, a little less, on Alondra Markman's podcast, is that he was born into a satanic family, of which there are many around the world, and that he was groomed from an early age to essentially be a Jeffrey Epstein type of character in a global satanic cult. That is not all satanic, but the Satanists are a part of this sort of bigger network of crime and everything. And he alleges that he was...
I'm curious how they define themselves, Satanists. Like, what is the definition of Satanist to them?
My understanding is that some of them, based on what he said, is that some of them are literally worshiping Satan, and some of them are practicing these things in this cult format and structure. When I tell you what he's alleging, you'll realize that are so like in the same way that like some Jews are really practicing Jewish people, and some Jewish people are, and I don't mean to say, I'm not trying to make that connection. I'm just saying that we were just talking about Jews. Some people are more practicing of a religion than others, but you might still go to church. You might still, might identify as Christian, but you're not as Christian as the next guy. But he alleges that he was groomed from an early age, tortured every day as a child. It's like abused every day as a child, to be groomed to have multiple personalities, and then by the time he was like a preteen, he was engaging in child death matches, where he would be put in a cage and he would fight to the death with another child in like downtown New York in underground like parties that rich people and businessmen would attend. And then that and it sounds so insane. But when you watch it, it's like hard, and it's not like he's the only one that has claimed this. He's just one to put it all in a particularly, like, lots of people have lots of claims about this kind of shit. And he also claims that then, after that, he was being groomed to be an actor, and he froze up in his acting interview, and so he got shifted from the acting pathway, because these guys, like, there's a fuckload of money in this community, allegedly. As in, it's tied into all of the global trafficking networks, because how do you think that global trafficking sort of gets all the handlers and gets all of the sort of like operatives that run it, is you need people that were used in order to run these things, because you need to be that kind of broken, like you need to be groomed to be able to run this without breaking.
Yeah, is this all like tied into like the Franklin scandal?
Yeah. So he claims he met Jeffrey Epstein on 2 occasions. He claims that he was being groomed to essentially be a handler similar. And he had a really lucid description that Jeffrey Epstein was an insanely good code switcher, is what made Jeffrey unique, that he could be completely normal normal businessman, like banker guy right now, and then like literally turn the other way and be an absolute depraved, abusive monster, and then like right back on like the drop of a pin, and that's what made it so unique in this guy's perspective. And he kind of like had his programming, his like trauma did not work correctly, and so rather than going that route, he became a breeder, and he alleges that he was sent to a compound in Mexico where he would breed with trafficked girls all day, every single day, for like 2 or 3 years, and they would just breed and breed and breed and breed. And he alleges that that is because they were particularly interested in him because of his bloodline and his heritage as some sort of direct descendant of King Solomon, is what he says. And it's like,
who is this dude? What's this dude's name again?
I don't remember his name. I remember he was on the Alondra Markman podcast, and she is a survivor of satanic ritual abuse as well.
Is she Anik Lucas?
Yes, Anik Lucas. Okay, so Alondra Markman is his name, and Annika Lucas is her name. She's the one hosting the podcast, and that's the guy.
He's the descendant of who?
So what he says in there is that they were interested in him because he has something like 97% Ashkenazi Jewish heritage or something like that, and is allegedly a direct descendant of King Solomon's bloodline. He doesn't say whether he knows that's true or not or anything. He just says that he was under the impression that was why he got selected for the breeding program specifically. And
does he have any proof of this?
Not really, no. And so that's why I say, like, you should, first, you should not watch it if you are at all sensitive in any way. And you should only watch it when you are of, like, a sound heart and ready to, like, hear some of the most dark and fucked up things you've ever heard in your life. But I can't believe
it's not, like, fully fucking shadow banned.
I mean, it kind of is, but not really. Yeah,
this one just came out 3 days ago.
I think that the reason it's not is because it's so unbelievable, and he's not the only one. There's so many people that have made claims like this.
It's not even. Go back, hover your mouse over it, see it plays the preview, and you hover your mouse over it. That means it's not even demonetized. That's insane.
Is it possible that it's demonetized in the first place? That she doesn't even monetize her channel?
Well, it's
that's possible.
Show it if you search, right?
But when you demonetize stuff,
I don't really know how it works.
So when YouTube demonetizes a video and you hover over the thumbnail, it'll just show a play button, but it won't show you a preview.
Good to know. So I did a little bit of digging into it because I had the same take on it as this is so unbelievable. I gotta look into this guy. And what
Let's see if they'll give me underwater breathing.
He would have to be like an entirely fake person who is actively, his life is dedicated to pushing this narrative. And because in the sense that he has history going back to therapy, he's known her personally, like she's putting her whole like life on the line for having known him. He's been on lots of interviews and podcasts. He's like his whole sort of background, like there is lots of records of who he is and the fact that he has been talking about this his entire life since exiting the company. And I think that everyone should make their own judgment of whether he's honest or not and what's going on. And my perspective is not that I know he is for sure telling the truth. My perspective is just that he is a data point among many that all point towards this is at least a factor in our world.
Go back. This is a longer. Go to that page you were just on.
That's the same page.
That's him. That's like his current life. That's what he does now.
Ah, friend, I've been expecting you, sweet disorder. To my order. It's hellish, being a complex life form. Hellish and sweet. Come lust become. Some lust becomes love. Other lust returns to the earth. Swear to me that you'll complicate my life, and I'll reason with elegant simplicity that I can handle it. I think it's wrong.
So yeah, you've got to realize that this, if he's telling the truth, this is one of the most broken and then rebuilt human beings you have ever encountered in your life. He alleges that he murdered countless children as a child.
He says this?
Yeah. Because he was in child death cage matches. Where rich people would pay to come into these underground fight matches in New York City, in the underground, in secret locations, and pay to watch children fight to the death.
Who the fuck would want to pay to watch that?
Well, think about Jeffrey Epstein's clientele, right? We know that that's real.
You think Bill Clinton wanted to pay to watch it?
No. I'm just saying, like, think this through as a thought experiment. If you have everything in the world, and like lust lust and power, like addictions, anyone who's ever experienced any form of addiction, whether it's like to alcohol or to Adderall or to like porn or heroin, all those addictions kind of play on this sort of like this feeling, this like desire of like, oh, I just felt so good, and like whatever else is wrong in the world, like that's not wrong, and that's good, and they all kind of play on these same things. And powerful people, power, money, that lust for power, when turned towards the lusting, the greed, the darker side of power and money is inevitably an addiction as well in a lot of ways. And not everyone who's powerful and rich goes down that road, but clearly, like the Epstein clients do, like clearly they want children, like they want to do, and there are snuff films, like people pay on the internet right now to watch murder, like to watch these kinds of things. There's inherently a devil in everyone, I think. The way I see it is that there's an angel and a devil in all of us, and you can feed the good wolf or the bad wolf, and some people are addicted to feeding the bad wolf. And a lot of times in a capitalist society that incentivizes greed and lust, like it incentivizes a lot of our worst behaviors, that means that a lot of the worst people will rise to the top of that system. And when you have people that are, if you have 1,000 people at the top of the capitalistic system in a room, one of them is probably going to fucking, right? At least one. And you only need one billionaire or millionaire to be super evil, that suddenly there's a market for some really evil shit, right? Right? Because they have all the money in the world and they'll pay for it, right? What is the point of having all that money if you're not going to pay for whatever you desire? And so, in a world this big, with this many rich people, with this much corruption, with this much evil in it, with people like Jeffrey Epstein in it, I think, yeah, there's totally a bunch of fucking people that will pay for some horrible shit. Yeah. Including the President of the United States, Bill Clinton. I'm not saying he necessarily wanted to watch Child Kate matches, but Alondra Markman alleges that
I might listen to this with both headphones.
Child Death Kate.
Like, comment, subscribe. I'll catch you guys. Well, I'll catch you guys in the next video. I'll talk to you guys in a little bit. you